I am 77 years old and somehow still carrying the weight of 35 years behind a badge. As a retired Chicago police detective, I escaped the daily grind of homicide cases, but the instincts never left. Last Saturday at 1 in the morning, someone pounded on my door like death itself was chasing them. Between the darkness and my racing heartbeat, I reached for my Glock. I simply grabbed the gun and moved downstairs. That night I opened the door to find my world shattered, and I knew my fight was just beginning. Before I continue this story, let me know where you are watching from in the comments below. Hit like and subscribe if you have ever had to protect someone you love from a monster hiding in plain sight. The pounding came again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy strikes that rattled the old wooden doorframe. My heart hammered against my ribs as I descended the creaky stairs of my South Side bungalow, the house I had lived in for 40 years. The Glock felt heavy in my right hand, familiar but unwelcome at this hour. I had spent the evening volunteering at the community center, helping kids with their homework, trying to give back to the neighborhood that raised me. Sleep had come easy, the kind of deep rest a 77-year-old body craves after a long day. But now, adrenaline flooded my system, washing away every trace of exhaustion. "Who's there?" My voice came out steady, the cop voice I perfected decades ago. No answer. Just a sound that made my blood run cold. Sobbing, weak, desperate, broken sobbing. A woman's voice barely audible through the door. My hand shook as I reached for the deadbolt. In 35 years on the force, I had seen everything. Gang shootings on these very streets, domestic calls that ended in body bags, drug deals gone wrong, but nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what waited on the other side of that door. I twisted the lock and pulled. The door swung inward, and she collapsed into my arms like a puppet with cut strings. Her weight, slight as it was, nearly knocked me backward. For a moment, I did not recognize her. Could not recognize her. The face was wrong, swollen, distorted. Her left eye had puffed up into a grotesque purple mass the color of a rotten plum. Her bottom lip had split clean through fresh blood still trickling down her chin and staining the collar of her torn blouse. A crimson handprint blazed across her right cheek, each finger clearly visible, a brand of violence that made my stomach turn. "Daddy," she whispered, and that single word broke through my shock. Alicia, my baby girl, my only child. 42 years old, but in that moment she was 8 again, scraped knee crying for her father to make it better. Except I could not kiss this better, could not put a Band-Aid on it and send her back out to play. Daddy, he hit me because of her. I did not ask who, did not need to. Brad, her husband of 10 years. The man who sat at my dinner table every Thanksgiving. The man I had given a piece of my business to a gesture of trust and family. The man who called me dad and shook my hand with a smile that never quite reached his eyes. I should have known. Should have trusted my gut when they first started dating. But Alicia had been so happy, and I had been so desperate to see her smile after her mother's death. So I ignored the warning bells, ignored the way Brad's charm felt rehearsed, ignored everything except my daughter's joy. Now she trembled in my arms, her whole body shaking like she was freezing even though the June night was warm and sticky. I guided her inside, half carrying her to the old brown sofa that had sat in the same spot since 1985. The fabric was worn, the cushions sagging, but it held her weight as I lowered her down gently. Blood from her lip dripped onto the armrest. I would clean it later. Right now, nothing mattered except her. "Stay here, baby girl. Do not move." I rushed to the kitchen, yanked open the freezer, grabbed a bag of frozen peas, wrapped it in a dish towel. Found the first aid kit under the sink, the same red plastic box I had used to patch up Alicia's childhood accidents. Scraped elbows, splinters, a busted chin from falling off her bike. Normal injuries, kid injuries. Not this. Never this. When I returned, Alicia had curled into herself, arms wrapped around her stomach, rocking slightly. Her eyes, the one that could still open, stared at nothing. I had seen that look before. Trauma. Deep, soul-crushing trauma. I knelt beside her, my old knees protesting, and pressed the frozen peas gently against her swollen eye. She flinched. "I know it hurts, but we need to get the swelling down." My voice cracked. I cleared my throat, tried again. "Let me see the rest." "No, Daddy, please." Her hand shot out, gripped my wrist. Her fingers dug in with surprising strength. "Do not call the police, please. Brad said if I tell anyone he will kill me. He means it. I know he means it." "Alicia." I took her hand, held it between both of mine. Her knuckles were scraped raw. Defense wounds. She had fought back. Pride and rage warred in my chest. "Let me see." She released my wrist slowly, reluctantly. I lifted the hem of her blouse with shaking hands and my breath caught. Her stomach was a canvas of brutality. Black bruises, purple bruises, yellow, green ones that spoke of older injuries healing beneath the fresh ones. Some had the distinct oval shape of fingertips. Others were broader, like she had been kicked. My vision blurred. Tears I had not cried since my wife's funeral burned behind my eyes. I touched the edge of one bruise on her right side, feather light, and she gasped, jerking away. "When did this start?" My voice came out as a growl, barely human. I forced myself to breathe, to think like a detective, not a father drowning in fury. 2 years ago. The words were so quiet I almost missed them. "I am sorry, Daddy. I did not want you to know. I thought I could handle it. I thought he would stop if I just tried harder to be a good wife. But tonight I could not take it anymore. He threw me out, told me I was worthless, told me to crawl back to my pathetic father. So I did. I am sorry. I am so sorry." I pulled her into my arms, careful of her injuries, and let her sob into my shoulder. My blue pajama shirt grew damp with her tears and blood, but I did not care. I stroked her hair the way I did when she was little and woke from nightmares. Except this nightmare was real. This nightmare had a name and an address. "You have nothing to be sorry for. Nothing. Do you hear me?" I pulled back, looked into her one good eye. "This is not your fault. None of it. But we need to go to the hospital, right now." "No." Panic flooded her face. "Brad will find out. He has friends everywhere. Police friends. He donates money to them. They like him. They will not believe me. And even if they do, he will hurt you. He said so. He said if I ever told you, he would make sure you had an accident. Daddy, I cannot lose you too." I stood up. My decision made. 35 years of facing down killers, of walking into situations where I might not walk back out, had taught me one thing. You do not negotiate with monsters. You do not hope they will change. You stop them. "Get your shoes. We are leaving. Daddy." "Now, Alicia." Something in my tone must have convinced her. She nodded, stood on shaky legs, and slipped her feet into the sneakers she had apparently kicked off when she arrived. I grabbed my keys from the hook by the door, shrugged into an old jacket over my pajamas. The Glock went into the jacket pocket. Just in case. As we walked to my car, a 2008 Honda Accord with rust spots and a cracked windshield, I glanced back at my house. 40 years in that bungalow. 40 years of memories. My wife and I had brought Alicia home from the hospital to that house. We had celebrated every birthday, every graduation, every milestone within those walls. I had buried my wife 5 years ago and returned to those empty rooms to grieve alone. That house had seen joy and sorrow in equal measure. But tonight felt different. Tonight felt like a line drawn in the sand, before and after. And I knew with the certainty that comes from age and experience that nothing would ever be the same. I helped Alicia into the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt like she was a child again. She winced as the strap pressed against her ribs. Cracked ribs probably, maybe broken. I would know soon enough. I slid behind the wheel, turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, then caught. I pulled out of the driveway onto the empty streetlights casting yellow pools of light every 50 feet. Alicia sat beside me, arms wrapped around her stomach, rocking slightly with each bump in the road. Chicago's streets were a minefield of potholes, and every jolt made her gasp. I tried to avoid the worst of them, but it was impossible. She was in so much pain. Too much pain. My mind drifted as I drove, pulling up memories I had not thought about in years. Alicia at 8, wearing a purple dress, spinning in circles in our backyard until she got dizzy and fell into the grass laughing. Alicia at 18, cap and gown, diploma in hand, hugging me so tight I could barely breathe. Alicia at 32, walking down the aisle in a white dress, and Brad waiting at the altar. I had shaken his hand that day, welcomed him into our family, given him my trust, my mistake, my failure. "Daddy, I am scared." Her voice was small, childlike. I reached over, found her hand squeezed gently. "I know, baby, but you are safe now. I promise you he will never hurt you again." She did not respond. just held my hand like a lifeline as I navigated the familiar streets toward Chicago Mercy Hospital. The same hospital where Alicia had been born, the same hospital where I had said goodbye to my wife. Full circle, I thought. Life had a cruel sense of poetry. A red light stopped us at the corner of 47th and King Drive. The intersection was deserted at this hour, no other cars in sight. I glanced over at Alicia. Her head rested against the window, eyes closed, breathing shallow. For a terrible moment I thought she had passed out, but then she spoke so quietly I almost missed it. He told me I was lucky he married me, said no other white man would want a black woman, said I should be grateful. A bitter laugh escaped her swollen lips. I believed him, Daddy. For 2 years I believed I deserved it. The light turned green. I pressed the gas, but my hands gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. Brad had used her race against her, had weaponized her insecurities, her fears of not being enough. That kind of psychological torture cut deeper than any fist. It poisoned the mind, made victims doubt their own worth. I had seen it 100 times in my career, but seeing it in my own daughter was a special kind of hell. "You listen to me," I said, voice hard as iron. "You are brilliant, you are beautiful, you are strong, and you deserve a man who treats you like the treasure you are. Brad is a coward who hides behind his privilege and his fists, but his time is up. I am going to make sure of it." Alicia opened her eyes, looked at me with a mixture of hope and fear. "How, Daddy? How can we fight him? He has money, he has connections. We have nothing." I pulled into the hospital parking lot, found a spot near the emergency room entrance, killed the engine, turned to face my daughter. We have the truth. We have evidence. And we have something Brad will never understand. We have each other. That is more than enough. The red neon letters above the emergency room doors flickered. Chicago Mercy Hospital. I had been here more times than I could count, visiting victims, interviewing witnesses, sitting in the waiting room while doctors fought to save lives. But this time was different. This time I was not Detective James William Carter of the Chicago Police Department. I was just a father desperate to save his daughter from the monster who wore a wedding ring. I got out, walked around to Alicia's side, opened her door. She looked up at me, tears streaming down her battered face, and whispered, "Thank you, Daddy." I helped her out of the car, supported her weight as we walked toward those glowing red letters. Each step felt like walking into battle. And maybe it was. Maybe this was the fight I had been training for my entire life. Not the shootouts, not the interrogations. This, protecting my daughter, destroying the man who hurt her, making sure justice, real justice, was served. The automatic doors slid open. Cold air rushed out to meet us. I tightened my grip on Alicia's shoulder and we stepped inside together. The war had begun. The fluorescent lights of Chicago Mercy Hospital burned my eyes as I half-carried Alicia through the automatic doors. The emergency room waiting area was nearly empty at this hour, just a teenager clutching his arm and an elderly man coughing into a handkerchief. Behind the reception desk sat a young white nurse, maybe 25, blonde hair pulled back in a tight ponytail. She looked up from her computer screen as we approached, and I watched her eyes move from Alicia's battered face to me. Her expression shifted. Not concern, suspicion. "Sir, what happened to her?" The nurse stood already, reaching for the phone. Her tone carried an edge, an assumption I had heard 1,000 times before in my 35 years on the force. Old black man, young injured woman. The math her brain was doing was all wrong, but I had learned long ago that some people see what they expect to see, not what is actually there. Her husband beat her. I am her father. I kept my voice steady, professional. The cop voice that had talked down armed suspects and calmed grieving families. "She needs a doctor, now." The nurse's hand hovered over the phone. "We will need to call the police and file a report before we can—" "James." "Oh my God." I turned toward the voice and felt relief flood through me. Dr. Patricia Hughes emerged from one of the exam rooms, her dark skin gleaming under the harsh lights, gray streaks visible in her natural hair despite the late hour. She wore blue scrubs and the same no-nonsense expression I remembered from 20 years ago when she worked as a forensic pathologist for the Chicago Police Department. We had stood over bodies together, pieced together evidence from wounds and broken bones. Now those skilled eyes took in Alicia's condition in one sweeping glance, and I saw her jaw tighten. "Patricia, thank God you are on duty. My voice cracked on the last word. She was already moving, taking Alicia's other arm. "Bring her to exam room 3, right now." Over her shoulder, she called to the nurse. "Rebecca, prep for a full trauma workup, X-rays, CT scan, the works. And yes, call the police. This is an assault case." Then quieter to me, "How bad, shall bad?" That was all I could manage. The adrenaline that had carried me this far was starting to fade, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion and a rage so profound it made my hands shake. Patricia noticed. She always noticed everything. Exam room 3 was small and sterile, the paper on the examination table crinkling as we helped Alicia lie down. Patricia moved with practiced efficiency, pulling on latex gloves, adjusting the overhead light. "Alicia, honey, I am Dr. Hughes. I am an old friend of your father's. I am going to examine you, and I need you to tell me if anything hurts more than it already does. Can you do that for me?" Alicia nodded, tears streaming down her swollen face. Patricia began her examination, gentle but thorough, and I watched my daughter flinch and gasp as careful fingers probed her injuries. Patricia said nothing, just made notes on a tablet, her face a mask of professional calm. But I knew her well enough to see the fury burning beneath the surface. "I need to take some pictures for documentation. This is going to be part of the medical record, and it can be used as evidence if you choose to press charges. Is that okay?" Patricia looked directly at Alicia, waiting for consent. Alicia glanced at me, fear evident in her one good eye, then nodded. The camera flash punctuated the next 10 minutes. Patricia photographed every visible injury from multiple angles. The swollen eye, the split lip, the handprint on Alicia's cheek. When she lifted Alicia's shirt to photograph the bruising on her torso, I had to look away. I had seen terrible things in my career. Bodies torn apart by violence, crime scenes that would haunt me forever, but nothing compared to seeing those marks on my baby girl's skin. "We need X-rays." Patricia's voice was clinical now, the tone she used to use when testifying in court. "I am concerned about her ribs. Alicia, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does it hurt to breathe?" 8. Alicia's voice was barely audible. Patricia nodded, made another note. "I am ordering a chest X-ray and a CT scan of your abdomen. I want to make sure there is no internal bleeding." She looked at me. "James, I need you to wait outside for this part. I will come get you as soon as we have results." I did not want to leave. Every instinct screamed at me to stay, to protect, to stand guard. But I also knew Patricia needed to do her job, and my presence might make Alicia feel like she had to be strong instead of honest about her pain. I squeezed Alicia's hand. "I will be right outside. You are safe here." The hallway was quiet except for the distant beeping of monitors and the soft squeak of nurses' shoes on linoleum. I found a plastic chair, bolted to the wall, and sank into it, suddenly aware of how old I felt. 77. Too old for this. Too tired. But age did not matter. Not tonight. I would find the energy somehow. I had to. 40 minutes crawled by. A nurse wheeled Alicia past on a gurney heading toward radiology. She gave me a weak smile. I tried to smile back, but my face would not cooperate. Then more waiting. I checked my watch. 2:15 in the morning. In a few hours, the sun would rise on a new day, and everything would be different. Brad Morrison had made his last mistake. Patricia finally emerged, tablet in hand, her expression grim. She gestured for me to follow her to a small consultation room away from the main hallway. We sat across from each other at a table scarred with coffee rings and scratches. "Talk to me." I leaned forward, elbows on the table. 2 cracked ribs on the left side, numbers 7 and 8. Multiple contusions on her abdomen, back, and thighs. The CT scan came back clean, thank God. No internal bleeding, no organ damage. But James, this was not one incident. Patricia pulled up images on her tablet, swiped through them. Bruises in various stages of healing. Yellow-green ones that were weeks old. Purple-black ones that were fresh. These are cumulative injuries. She has been beaten regularly for months, maybe years. Some of these scars are old. Healed fractures I can see on the X-ray that were never properly treated. My fingernails dug into my palms so hard I felt skin break. How long? Based on what I am seeing, at least a year, probably longer. Patricia set down the tablet, met my eyes. "James, I have to report this. It is the law. And honestly, even if it was not, I would. This is attempted murder. If he had hit her a few inches lower, ruptured her spleen, she could have bled out before you got her here." "I know. Do it." My voice came out flat, emotionless. But inside I was screaming. A year. At least a year of my daughter being used as a punching bag, and I had not known, had not seen. I thought of all the times Alicia had made excuses not to visit, said she was busy with work, said Brad had plans for them. I had believed her, trusted her, never pushed, and all the while she was trapped in hell. Patricia reached across the table, covered my hand with hers. This is not your fault. Abusers are experts at hiding what they do. They isolate their victims, make them feel like they have no way out. You could not have known unless she told you. I should have seen something, anything. I pulled my hand away, stood up, paced the small room. I am a detective. I am trained to see what people try to hide, and I missed this for a year. You are also a father who loves his daughter and wanted to believe she was happy. That is not a crime, James. That is human. Patricia stood 2 blocked my path. Right now, Alicia needs you focused, not drowning in guilt. Can you do that? I stopped pacing, took a breath, nodded. She was right. Guilt was a luxury I could not afford. Not yet. First, I had to make sure Brad Morrison paid for every single bruise, every broken rib, every tear my daughter had cried in silence. I gave her something for the pain. She is resting now. But James, she is going to need more than medical care. She needs therapy, support, time to heal. Patricia handed me a card. This is a counselor who specializes in domestic violence survivors. When things settle down, call her. I pocketed the card. Thank you, Patricia, for everything. Thank me by making sure that son of a bitch never gets near her again. The professional mask slipped for just a moment, and I saw the rage Patricia had been holding back. I have documented everything. 47 photographs, full medical report, X-rays, CT scans. If this goes to court, my testimony will bury him. We walked back to exam room 3 together. Alicia was lying on the bed, eyes closed, an IV drip in her arm. She looked small, fragile, nothing like the strong, capable woman I knew her to be. I pulled a chair close to the bed, sat down, took her hand carefully. Her purse sat on a side table, and I could see her phone inside the screen lighting up every few seconds. Buzzing, vibrating, someone was calling. I already knew who. I reached for the purse, pulled out the phone. 11 missed calls, all from Brad. The contact name made me sick. Brad with a red heart emoji, as if he deserved to have his name associated with love. What is your passcode? I kept my voice low so I would not wake her if she was truly asleep. Alicia's eyes fluttered open. Daddy, do not. Please, he will know. Let him know. What is the code? She hesitated, then whispered, 0718, my birthday. I unlocked the phone and opened the messages. What I saw made my vision blur with rage. The texts had started at 1:15, right around the time we would have been driving to the hospital. Where are you? Then, 7 minutes later, more aggressive. Alicia, answer me now, at 1:35. I know you went to your father's. Big mistake. 1:48. Keep your mouth shut or you lose everything. 2:03. I own that shop now. Your father can't do shit. And finally, at 2:17, the one that made me want to put my fist through the wall. One word to the cops and the old man has an accident. Try me. I forced myself to keep reading, to scroll up through weeks of messages. The pattern was clear. Brad had been systematically breaking Alicia down piece by piece. Insults, threats, manipulation. You're worthless. Only reason I married you was for that business. Your daddy's too old and dumb to see I'm taking everything. Then a message from 2 weeks ago that included a photo. A blonde white woman, maybe 30, posing in a tight dress. Pretty in a manufactured sort of way. The message below the photo read, see her, she's a real woman. Not a fat black bitch like you. My hand clenched around the phone so hard the screen cracked under my thumb. Spiderweb fractures spread across the glass, distorting Brad's words. Good. I wanted to break something, preferably Brad's face. But that would come later. Right now I needed to think, to plan, to be smart about this. Daddy, do not look at those, please. Alicia was fully awake now, reaching for the phone with her free hand, the one not connected to the IV. It is not as bad as it looks. He does not mean those things. He just gets angry sometimes, and what says things he does not mean. Alicia, listen to yourself. He called you worthless. He threatened to kill me. And you are making excuses for him. I set the broken phone down on the table, turned to face her fully. Why did not you tell me? She looked away, tears spilling down her cheeks. Because he said he would kill you if I did. And I believed him, Daddy. He has friends, police friends, rich friends. He told me nobody would believe me over him. That if I tried to leave, he would make sure I lost everything. The house, my job, you. I was scared. I am still scared. I moved to the edge of the bed, took both her hands in mine. You listen to me very carefully. Nobody threatens my family. Nobody. Brad Morrison thinks he has power. I have been taking down men like him for 35 years. Men who thought they were untouchable. Men who thought money and connections put them above the law. They were all wrong. And so is he.
But Daddy, he has police friends. What if they...
So do I. I squeezed her hands gently. And I have been doing this a lot longer than he has been alive. Brad Morrison just picked a fight with the wrong family. Patricia knocked softly and entered carrying a folder. James, I have documented everything. These photos will hold up in court. And I am filing my report with the police right now. They will want to take your statement. She looked at Alicia. And yours if you are up for it. Alicia's face went white. I do not know if I can. What if Brad finds out? What if he is not going to touch you again? I stood up, my decision made. Patricia, thank you. We will deal with the police later. Right now, I need to make a phone call. Patricia nodded, understanding in her eyes. She had worked enough cases with me to know what that meant. I was calling in reinforcements. I stepped out into the hallway, pulled my own phone from my jacket pocket, and scrolled through my contacts until I found the name I needed. Marcus Jefferson. Attorney. Friend. The best civil rights lawyer in Chicago, maybe in the whole state. If anyone could help me destroy Brad Morrison legally, it was Marcus. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Then a deep voice, rough with sleep, answered. James, it is 3 a.m. This better be life or death. It is. I kept my voice steady, but Marcus must have heard something in my tone because the sleepiness vanished from his voice instantly. What happened? My daughter is in the hospital. Her white husband beat her, put her in the emergency room with cracked ribs and bruises all over her body, and he has been doing it for at least a year. I paused, let that sink in. Marcus, I need you. I need you to help me destroy this man. Silence on the other end of the line. Then, I will be there in 20 minutes. Do not talk to anyone until I arrive. Not the police, not hospital administration, nobody. You understand me? I understand. Good. James, we are going to make him pay for every single thing he did to Alicia. I promise you that. The line went dead. I stood in that empty hallway, phone still pressed to my ear, and felt something shift inside me. The shock was fading. The grief was hardening into something cold and sharp. Determination. Purpose. For 35 years I had fought for justice for strangers. Now it was time to fight for my own blood. I walked back into the exam room. Alicia was crying softly and Patricia sat beside her, holding her hand. They both looked up as I entered. What are you going to do, Daddy? I looked at my daughter, at her battered face and broken spirit, and I made her a promise. I am going to do what I do best. I am going to find every piece of evidence, every witness, every lie Brad Morrison ever told, and then I am going to watch him lose everything. His freedom, his reputation, his money, all of it. I moved closer, touched her cheek gently. And most importantly, I am going to make sure he never touches you again. That is not a threat, baby girl. That is a fact. Alicia closed her eyes, fresh tears leaking out. But this time I thought I saw something else mixed in with the fear. Hope. Fragile and tentative, but there. That was enough. For now, that was enough. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from Marcus. On my way. This ends tonight. I looked down at my daughter, my broken, brave daughter, and I whispered, yes, it does. Marcus Jefferson arrived 18 minutes after I hung up the phone. I knew because I counted every single one of those minutes pacing the hallway outside Alicia's room like a caged animal. When the elevator doors opened and Marcus stepped out, I felt something loosen in my chest. He was exactly as I remembered from the last time we worked together maybe 5 years back on a wrongful death case. Tall, broad-shouldered with close-cropped gray hair and the kind of presence that commanded attention the moment he entered a room. At 58, Marcus carried himself like a man who had fought too many battles and won just enough to keep fighting. He wore a black suit despite the ungodly hour crisp white shirt burgundy tie perfectly knotted. Marcus had always been like that. Meticulous, professional, the kind of lawyer who understood that presentation mattered, that a black man in America had to be twice as polished to be taken half as seriously. We had bonded over that truth decades ago, two men navigating a system designed to work against us, finding ways to make it work for us instead. Brother, Marcus pulled me into a hug, the kind men our age only shared in moments of profound grief or joy. This was grief. I am so sorry. How is she? Alive. Barely. My voice came out rough. I cleared my throat. 2 cracked ribs, bruises everywhere. Patricia says she has been getting beaten for at least a year. Marcus's jaw tightened. I saw the anger flash in his dark eyes there and gone in an instant, replaced by the cool calculation of a lawyer already building his case. Where can we talk privately? This way. I led him down the hall to a small consultation room Patricia had pointed out earlier. It was meant for doctors to deliver bad news to families, a space designed for the worst moments of people's lives. How fitting. We settled into uncomfortable plastic chairs across from each other, a small table between us. Marcus pulled an iPad from his leather briefcase, stylus ready. Start from the beginning. Tell me everything. So I did. I told him about the pounding on my door at 1 a.m, about Alicia collapsing into my arms, her face destroyed, her body broken, about the drive to the hospital and the medical examination that revealed the full extent of Brad's brutality. I showed him the texts on Alicia's cracked phone, watching Marcus's expression grow darker with each threatening message. When I got to the part about Brad claiming to own the pawn shop, Marcus held up a hand. Wait, stop there. Tell me about the shop. His stylus was already moving across the iPad screen, taking notes. Carter's Pawn and Loan. I opened it in 1985, back when I was still on the force. Needed extra income to pay for Alicia's college fund. Started small, just me working weekends and evenings. Built it up over the years. Now it is worth about $2.4 million according to the last appraisal. I paused, remembering those early days. The long hours, the risk, the slow, steady growth. It was supposed to be Alicia's inheritance. Her security. Ownership structure. Marcus looked up from his notes, and I could see his legal mind already working through possibilities. When Alicia married Brad 10 years ago, I transferred 49% to him as a wedding gift. Thought it would give him a stake in the family business, make him feel like he was part of something. I wanted him to have responsibility, to care about what we had built. The words tasted bitter now. Every good intention I had back then felt like naivety, stupidity. And the other 51%, I met his eyes. I kept it. Always kept it. Something shifted in Marcus's expression. His eyes widened slightly and he set down the stylus. James, you are telling me you still own the controlling share of that business? Yes. Does Brad know this? I shook my head slowly. He thinks Alicia owns 51% and I only have 49%. That is what I let him believe. What I let everyone believe. Marcus leaned back in his chair, and for the first time since arriving, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Not a happy smile, a predator's smile. But legally on paper, what is the actual breakdown? I own 51%, Brad has 49%, Alicia has 0%. Her name is not on any ownership documents, never has been. Marcus brought his fist down on the table, not hard enough to make noise, but with enough force to express his satisfaction. James, do you understand what this means? This changes everything. How? Because if Brad forced Alicia to sign over ownership of the pawn shop to him, those documents are completely worthless. Void. She cannot transfer what she does not own. And if Brad used those fraudulent documents to claim ownership, to take out loans, to make business decisions, that is not just civil fraud, that is criminal fraud. Forgery. Multiple felonies. Marcus picked up his stylus again, typing rapidly. We have him. We actually have him. I let that sink in. For the past 2 hours, I had been operating on rage and fear, pure emotion pushing me forward. But now hearing Marcus break it down in legal terms, I felt something else. Hope. Cold, calculating hope. I kept the 51% because I never trusted him. Something about Brad always felt off. Too smooth, too eager. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was just an overprotective father who did not want to let go. But I kept that controlling interest anyway, just in case. Your instincts were right. They saved your daughter's future. Marcus looked up from his iPad. Now we need to prove that Brad is not just an abuser, but a con man. We need to show a pattern of fraud. James has Alicia mention signing any documents, transfer papers, anything like that. She said Brad forced her to sign a transfer of ownership document about 6 months ago. Told her if she did not sign, he would kill me. She was terrified. She signed. Were there witnesses to the signature? She mentioned a name, Robert Hayes. Said Brad brought him to the house, told Alicia this Hayes guy would witness the transfer and make it legal. Marcus's fingers flew across the iPad screen. I watched him pull up Google type in the name. His eyes scanned the results, and then he went very still. When he looked up at me, his expression was grim. James. I am looking at an obituary right now. Robert Hayes, Chicago resident, died in November 2022, 3 years ago. The room seemed to shrink. A dead witness. A dead witness. Which means Brad either forged this man's signature or used his identity knowing he was deceased. Either way, it is fraud. Criminal fraud. Marcus made more notes. If we can prove Brad forged that signature, we are not just talking about a restraining order and a divorce. We are talking 5 to 10 years in federal prison. Wire fraud, identity theft, forgery, the charges stack up fast. Good. The word came out harsh. I wanted Brad to pay. Not just lose the court case, not just get a slap on the wrist. I wanted him destroyed. I wanted him to understand what it felt like to lose everything the way Alicia had lost her sense of safety, her dignity, her peace of mind. Marcus set down the iPad and looked at me with the serious expression I remembered from our time working together. James, I need you to understand something. What we are about to do, it is going to get ugly. Brad Morrison is a white man with money and connections. He is going to play every card he has. He is going to claim Alicia is lying. He is going to say you are a bitter father who never accepted the marriage. He is going to try to make this about race, about an old black man trying to destroy his white son-in-law out of prejudice. Let him try. I am serious. This is going to be a fight. And fights like this, they get dirty. The community might turn against you. People who know Brad, who like him, they are going to choose sides. You need to be prepared for that. I thought about my life. 35 years as a cop in Chicago. 35 years of being called names, being doubted, being passed over for promotions because of the color of my skin. 35 years of proving myself over and over again. I was tired, so tired, but not too tired for this. Never too tired for this. Marcus, I have been fighting my whole life. I can fight a little longer. He nodded, satisfied. Okay, then here is what we need. 3 things. First, medical evidence. Dr. Hughes has that covered. The photos, the x-rays, the medical report, all of it will hold up in court. Second, evidence of threats and intimidation. Those text messages are perfect. We will need to preserve them, make sure they cannot be deleted or claimed as fake. I will handle that. Third, evidence of financial fraud. The forged transfer documents. I need you to get me copies of everything. Every piece of paper Brad had Alicia sign, every document related to the pawn shop ownership. Alicia said the papers are at the house, her house, the one she shared with Brad. Can you get them? I hesitated. Going to that house meant potentially running into Brad, meant confrontation, violence, but it also meant getting the evidence we needed to bury him. I can get them. No. Marcus held up a hand. Actually, do not. Not yet. If you go there and take documents, Brad's lawyer will claim you stole them, tampered with evidence. We need to do this properly. We will file for a restraining order first thing Monday morning. Part of that order will include a provision allowing Alicia to retrieve her personal belongings with a police escort. The documents will be among those belongings. Monday morning. That is 2 days from now. What if Brad destroys the evidence? He will not, because he does not think he has anything to worry about. In his mind, he won. Alicia is gone. He has the pawn shop. He got away with beating his wife for years. Men like Brad, they get cocky. arrogant. They make mistakes. Marcus checked his watch. Right now it is 4:30 on a Saturday morning. We cannot file anything until Monday at 9 when the courthouse opens. But we can prepare. I need you to write down everything you remember. Every detail, every conversation, dates, times, witnesses, everything. What about an emergency restraining order? Can we get one sooner? Emergency orders require a judge's signature, and no judge is available at this hour on a weekend. We would have to wait until Monday anyway. But James, here is the thing. Brad does not know we are building a case yet. He thinks Alicia ran to you and you will comfort her and eventually she will come back. That is how these cycles work. He has probably done this before, beat her, she left, then he apologized and she came back. He thinks this time will be the same. It will not be. No, it will not. But we need to be smart. You and Alicia need to stay here at the hospital or go somewhere safe, somewhere Brad cannot find you. Do not go home. Do not go to the pawn shop. Stay away from any place he might look. And if he comes here, Patricia told me she already alerted hospital security. They have Brad's photo. If he shows up, they will call the police immediately. You are safe here. Marcus stood up, gathered his iPad and briefcase. I'm going to go talk to Alicia, get her statement while everything is fresh in her mind. Then I'm going to start drafting the restraining order request. By Monday morning, we will be ready to hit Brad Morrison with everything we have. I stood to, extended my hand. Marcus took it and we shook. Not a formal handshake. A brother's grip, a promise between two men who had seen the worst of humanity and refused to let it win. Marcus, thank you for coming, for helping, for believing us. James, you and I have known each other for 30 years. I know the kind of man you are. If you say your daughter was beaten, I believe you, and I am going to make sure the man who did it pays for every single bruise. Marcus picked up his briefcase. This is going to be ugly, but we are going to win. Good. I want it ugly. Marcus smiled that predator's smile again and headed for the door. I followed him out into the hallway, feeling lighter than I had since Alicia collapsed at my door. We had a plan. We had a strategy. We had hope. The elevator dinged as we passed it. The doors slid open, and Brad Morrison stepped out. He was 45 but looked younger, the kind of white man who aged well because life had never hit him hard enough to leave marks. Tall, maybe 6'1", with sandy brown hair styled with too much gel. He wore khaki pants and a polo shirt, boat shoes without socks. Casual. Comfortable. In one hand he carried a dozen red roses wrapped in clear plastic, the kind you buy at a 24-hour grocery store. His face was arranged in an expression of concern, eyebrows drawn together, mouth turned down. The perfect picture of a worried husband. Until he saw me. Then the mask slipped for just a second. I saw his eyes harden, saw his jaw clench, saw the real Brad Morrison, the one who put my daughter in the hospital, flash across his features before he pulled the concerned husband mask back into place. James. His voice was warm, friendly, with just a touch of relief. Academy Award-worthy performance. Thank God. I have been so worried. Is Alicia okay? I woke up and she was gone. Her car was still in the driveway. I have been calling and calling. Nobody would tell me anything. Marcus stepped slightly in front of me, a subtle movement, but one that put his body between Brad and me. Smart. Because right then, looking at Brad's fake concern, remembering the text messages, the bruises, the cracked ribs, I wanted nothing more than to put my fist through his face. 35 years of police training, of restraint, of following the law, all of it evaporated in the face of my rage. But Marcus's presence reminded me. We had a plan. Violence would only hurt Alicia's case. So I stood there, hands at my sides, and let Marcus speak. Mr. Morrison, I am Marcus Jefferson, attorney at law. I am representing Alicia Carter in her case against you. You are not to approach her, speak to her, or attempt to contact her in any way. If you do, I will file charges for witness intimidation. Brad's concerned expression shifted to confusion. Case what case? I am her husband. I just want to make sure she is okay. She had an accident and... An accident. My voice came out low, dangerous. I could not stay silent anymore. Is that what you are calling it? An accident that gave her 2 cracked ribs? An accident that left bruises all over her body? An accident that put her in the emergency room? Brad's eyes widened. James, I do not know what Alicia told you, but you have to understand she is confused. She fell down the stairs. I tried to help her, but she pushed me away. I think she might have hit her head. She was not making sense and... Stop talking. Marcus's voice cut through Brad's explanation like a knife. Every word you say right now can and will be used against you in court. I suggest you leave. Immediately. Brad looked from Marcus to me, and I watched him recalculate. The concerned husband act was not working. Time for a different approach. His expression hardened, the mask dropping completely. I have every right to see my wife. You cannot keep me from her. Actually, we can. Hospital security has been notified. If you do not leave voluntarily, they will remove you. And trust me, Mr. Morrison, you do not want to add trespassing to the list of charges you are about to face. Charges? What charges? I have not done anything wrong. Alicia is my wife. What happens in our home is between us. You are making a big mistake, old man. Brad took a step toward me, roses still clutched in his hand like a weapon. You have always hated me. Never thought I was good enough for your daughter. This is just you trying to break us up because you cannot stand that she chose me. I did not move, did not speak, just stared at him with 35 years of cop face, the expression that had made hardened criminals confess. Brad held my gaze for a moment, then looked away. Weak, cowardly, just like I knew he was. We are done here. Marcus pulled out his phone. I am calling security now. Leave or they will escort you out in handcuffs. Your choice. Brad stood there for another few seconds, jaw working, hands clenching and unclenching around the roses. Then he threw the flowers at my feet. This is not over, not even close. You are going to regret this. He turned and walked back to the elevator, jabbing the button repeatedly. The doors opened. He stepped inside, and as they closed, I saw his face one more time. All pretense gone, pure hatred, staring back at me. Marcus and I stood in silence until we heard the elevator descend. Then Marcus let out a long breath. Well, that was unpleasant, but also useful. He made threats. In front of a witness. Me. That helps our case. I bent down, picked up the roses Brad had thrown. The plastic wrapping had torn thorns visible beneath. Blood flowers. How appropriate. I walked to a nearby trash can and dumped them inside. Come on, Marcus said. Let us go talk to Alicia. She needs to know Brad was here. And she needs to know we are going to protect her. We walked back to exam room 3 together. The war had officially begun, and I was ready. The confrontation with Brad in the hallway had been brief, but it rattled something loose inside me. Seeing him stand there with those grocery store roses, wearing that mask of concern, pretending to be a worried husband, when I knew what he really was, what he had done to my daughter, it took every ounce of self-control I possessed not to put him on the ground. Marcus had sensed it too. That is why he positioned himself between us. He knew one wrong move from me could derail everything we were building. But Brad was not done. I should have known that. Men like him, they do not take no for an answer. They do not accept boundaries. 20 minutes after Marcus escorted him to the elevator after we thought he had left, Brad came back. And this time, he was smarter about his approach. I was standing outside Alicia's room giving Marcus privacy to take her statement when I heard Brad's voice down the hall, smooth, polite, playing the role he had perfected over 10 years of fooling everyone around him. Excuse me, I am looking for my wife, Alicia Morrison. I am so worried about her. She has not answered any of my calls. His voice carried that perfect mix of concern and confusion, like a man genuinely frightened for his spouse's safety. I moved toward the sound, rounding the corner, to see Brad standing at the nurse's station. He had changed clothes since I last saw him. Now he wore a gray suit, expensive-looking, tailored to fit his 6'1" frame perfectly. His sandy brown hair was slicked back with gel, not a strand out of place. He looked like he had stepped out of a business meeting, professional and put together. The kind of man people instinctively trusted. The kind of man who got the benefit of the doubt. The nurse behind the desk was young white, maybe 23. She looked up at Brad with immediate sympathy, her hand already moving toward the computer to look up patient information. Oh, you poor thing, let me check our system. When did she come in? Around 1:30 this morning, I think. I woke up and she was gone. Her car was still in the driveway. I have been calling everywhere trying to find her. Brad leaned on the counter, the picture of an anxious husband. He even had the decency to look slightly disheveled, like he had thrown on the suit in a panic. But I noticed details the nurse did not. The cologne applied recently, the fresh shave, the shoes polished to a mirror shine. This was not a man who woke up in a panic. This was a man who had carefully prepared for a performance. Let me just pull up her file. The nurse typed on her keyboard, squinting at the screen. Okay, yes, Alicia Morrison admitted at 1:42 a.m. She is in exam room 3, but sir, it says here that she has requested limited visitors, only immediate family. Brad smiled the kind of warm, charming smile that probably worked on most people. I am immediate family. I am her husband. We have been married for 10 years. He pulled out his wallet, extracted a driver's license. See Brad Morrison, same last name. The nurse looked at the ID, then back at her screen, uncertainty crossing her face. Well, I suppose that should be fine. Let me just call down and make sure. Hospital policy and all. Of course. I understand. You are just doing your job. Brad pocketed his wallet, glanced around the waiting area. That is when he saw me. Our eyes met across the space, and for just a fraction of a second, his mask slipped. I saw the anger flash across his face there and gone, replaced instantly with that concerned husband expression. I walked toward the nurse's station, my footsteps heavy and deliberate. The security guard sitting near the entrance, a black man in his 50s with a weary face that suggested he had seen it all, looked up as I passed. Our eyes met. He had been here when Brad showed up the first time. He remembered. He gave me a small nod, a gesture of solidarity, but did not move to intercept Brad. Why would he? On the surface, Brad looked like exactly what he claimed to be, a worried husband searching for his wife. Sir, I am just checking to see if you can visit your wife, the nurse was saying into the phone, her back to me. Yes, Brad Morrison, her husband. Uh-huh. Okay, I will tell him. She hung up, turned back to Brad with an apologetic smile. I am sorry, Mr. Morrison, but the attending physician says that Mrs. Morrison is not ready for visitors yet. She is still being examined. Perhaps if you wait in the family lounge. That will not be necessary, I said, stopping directly beside Brad, close enough to smell his cologne, close enough to see the vein pulsing in his temple. He is leaving. The nurse looked between us, confused. I am sorry, who are you? James Carter, Alicia's father, the only visitor she wants to see. Brad turned to face me fully, and up close I could see the calculation happening behind his eyes. He was weighing his options, deciding how to play this. Finally, he settled on righteous indignation. James, thank God you are here. Where is Alicia? Is she okay? I have been going out of my mind with worry. I woke up and she was gone, and then I got a call from the hospital. You got a call? I raised an eyebrow. Funny, because Alicia specifically requested that you not be contacted, so who called you, Brad? He blinked, caught in the lie. I called around, asked if anyone had seen her. Someone mentioned they saw an ambulance on our street. Stop. I held up a hand. Just stop. I am not interested in your stories. Alicia does not want to see you. You need to leave. I am her husband. I have the right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. I recited the Miranda rights, automatically muscle memory from 3.5 decades of arrests. Should I continue, or do you get the point? Brad's jaw tightened. The concerned husband mask was cracking. Do not play cop with me, old man. I know you are retired. You do not have any authority here. No, but I still know how to read evidence. 2 cracked ribs, 47 bruises documented by Dr. Hughes, contusions consistent with repeated blunt force trauma over an extended period. Tell me, Brad, how does someone get injuries like that from falling downstairs? The nurse behind the desk gasped softly. I had said it loud enough for her to hear, for anyone in the waiting area to hear. Let them know what kind of man Brad Morrison really was. Brad's face flushed red. She fell, down the stairs. It was an accident. Alicia can be clumsy. She trips over her own feet sometimes. I have told her 100 times to be more careful. An accident. I stepped closer, closing the distance between us until we were nearly nose to nose. At 77, I was still 6 feet tall, and I used every inch of that height to loom over him. Is that what you were calling it? An accident that left bruises in the shape of fingers around her throat, an accident that broke her ribs, an accident that split her lip. You do not know what you are talking about. You were not there. Brad's voice dropped, taking on a harder edge. The mask was slipping further. Alicia and I had a disagreement. Things got heated. She came at me and I defended myself. If anyone is the victim here, it is me. I almost laughed. Almost. Because it was such a classic abuser's tactic. Blame the victim, claim self-defense, make yourself the injured party. I had heard it 1,000 times. It never got less disgusting. Then explain the text messages, I said quietly. The ones where you told her to keep her mouth shut or she would lose everything. The ones where you threatened to have me killed. Want to claim those were self-defense too? Brad's face went pale. You went through her phone. That is invasion of privacy. That is illegal. She gave me permission, gave me her passcode, told me to read everything, and I did. Every vile, threatening, abusive message you sent her, every insult, every threat, including the one where you told her you own the pawn shop now. Want to tell me about that, Brad? Want to explain how you think you own my business? Brad glanced at the nurse who was watching our exchange with wide eyes, her hand hovering near the phone like she was not sure whether to call security or just stay out of it. Then he looked back at me and lowered his voice to barely above a whisper. Listen, old man. You do not know who you are messing with. I have friends, lawyers, money. I have connections in this city that you could not even imagine. You think you can threaten me? You think you can keep me from my wife? He smiled, and it was the ugliest smile I had ever seen. You have nothing. A police pension and a pawn shop you can barely afford to keep running. I, on the other hand, I have everything. And when this is over, when Alicia comes back to me like she always does, you are going to wish you had stayed out of it. Something cold settled into my chest, not fear, certainty. This man truly believed he was untouchable, believed his money and his whiteness and his connections put him above consequences. He had probably gone his whole life getting away with things, smoothing over problems with charm and cash, never once facing real accountability. Well, that was about to change. That pawn shop is worth $2.4 million, I said softly, and I still own it. 51%, controlling interest, always have, always will. Brad blinked. What? You heard me. I own it. Not you, not Alicia. Me. That is not possible. Alicia signed the papers. I have the transfer documents. Legally I own... You own nothing. I leaned in closer, close enough to see the flecks of panic in his eyes. And when my lawyer is done with you, you are going to lose everything. The business you think you stole, your freedom, your reputation, all of it. You are bluffing. But his voice lacked conviction now. Doubt was creeping in. Am I want to test that theory? Before Brad could respond, a door opened behind me and Dr. Patricia Hughes stepped into the hallway. She took in the scene immediately, her sharp eyes moving from Brad to me to the nervous nurse at the desk. Mr. Morrison, what are you doing here? Brad straightened, tried to pull the concerned husband mask back into place. It did not fit as well anymore. Doctor, I am just trying to see my wife. I have been so worried. Visiting hours do not start until 8 a.m. Patricia's voice was crisp, professional, but underneath I heard steel. You need to leave. I am her husband. I have the right to see her. Brad turned to Patricia and I watched him shift tactics again. His voice became softer, almost pleading. Please, doctor, I need to know she is okay. We had a fight and she left in the middle of the night. I am just worried about her. I am aware of who you are, Mr. Morrison, and I am also aware that Alicia specifically requested no visitors except her father. She was very clear about that. She is confused. The painkillers are probably making her... She was completely clear-headed when she told me, and I quote, do not let Brad in under any circumstances. Patricia crossed her arms. So no, you may not see her. You need to leave the premises immediately. Brad's face went red again. This is bullshit. You cannot keep a husband from his wife. That is not legal. I will call my lawyer. I will sue this hospital for... Please do call your lawyer. Patricia did not flinch. And while you are at it, you can explain to him why your wife has injuries consistent with repeated blunt force trauma over an extended period of time. You can explain the pattern of old and new bruises, the healed fractures that were never properly treated, the evidence of long-term systematic abuse. Brad pointed a finger at Patricia, his hand shaking with rage. You are making a big mistake, doctor, a very big mistake. You do not know who I am. You do not know what I am capable of. Is that a threat, Mr. Morrison? Because I have security cameras recording this entire conversation. Patricia pulled out her phone. Security, this is Dr. Hughes in the ER. I need someone at the main nurses station immediately. We have a situation. Within seconds, 2 security guards appeared. One was the older black man I had seen earlier. The other was younger Latino, broad-shouldered. They flanked Brad, not touching him but making their presence known. "Mr. Morrison, we are going to have to ask you to leave," the older guard said. His tone was polite but firm. "Hospital policy. If the patient does not want visitors, we have to respect that." Brad looked around wildly like he could not believe this was happening. That he, Brad Morrison, successful businessman, was being escorted out like a common criminal. "This is insane. You are all making a huge mistake. When my lawyer hears about this, your lawyer can contact hospital administration during business hours," Patricia said. "But right now you are leaving, voluntarily or otherwise." Brad stared at her for a long moment. Then he turned to me, and the mask was completely gone now. What looked back at me was pure hatred. "Enjoy your little victory, old man. It will not last, I promise you that." He started toward the exit, the two security guards following close behind. But before he disappeared around the corner, he stopped, bent down, and picked up something from the floor, the roses he had thrown earlier. He looked at them, then at me, and in one swift motion hurled them at my feet. The plastic wrapping split open thorns, catching the fluorescent light. Then he was gone, his footsteps echoing down the hall. I stood there for a moment, staring at the ruined flowers scattered across the tile floor. Red petals, green stems, sharp thorns. A perfect metaphor for Brad Morrison. Pretty on the surface, dangerous underneath. I bent down slowly, my knees protesting, and gathered up the roses. One of the thorns caught my thumb, drew blood. I ignored it, carried the bundle to a nearby trash can, and dropped them inside. They landed with a soft thump, petals already starting to wilt. Patricia walked over, placed a hand on my shoulder. "He is dangerous, James." "I know." I looked at her. This woman, who had seen the worst of humanity in her years as a forensic pathologist, who had stood over bodies and pieced together stories of violence, and I saw genuine concern in her eyes. "That is why I am not backing down." "Good," she squeezed my shoulder, "because Alicia is going to need you to stay strong. This is just the beginning. Men like Brad, they do not let go easily. Then he is going to learn what it is like to fight someone who does not let go either." I pulled out my phone, texted Marcus. Brad was here, confronted him, he made threats. Patricia and security witnessed everything. The response came back immediately. "Perfect. More evidence. Stay put. Do not leave the hospital." I pocketed my phone and looked back toward Alicia's room. Through the small window in the door, I could see her sitting up in bed talking to Marcus, her hands gesturing as she told him her story. My brave, broken daughter finally finding her voice, finally speaking her truth. Brad Morrison thought he had won, thought his money and his charm and his privilege would protect him. He was wrong. And by the time I was done, he would understand exactly what it meant to face real consequences. Not because I was a cop, not because I had connections or power, but because I was a father who loved his daughter more than life itself, and there was no force on earth stronger than that. Brad Morrison left Chicago Mercy Hospital at 5:45 in the morning, his face flushed with humiliation and rage. The security guards had walked him all the way to his car, a silver Mercedes SUV parked in the visitor lot, and watched until he drove away. He gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles turned white, his jaw clenched tight enough to make his teeth ache. That old man, that sanctimonious, self-righteous old man had embarrassed him, made him look weak in front of hospital staff, in front of strangers. Nobody made Brad Morrison look weak. Nobody. He drove north through the empty pre-dawn streets away from the south side where James lived toward Lincoln Park, where his house sat among other $800,000 homes owned by doctors and lawyers and tech entrepreneurs. The kind of neighborhood where people did not ask questions, where everyone minded their own business and assumed their neighbors were just like them. Successful, respectable, above reproach. Brad pulled into his driveway at 6:15, killed the engine, and sat in silence for a moment. The house was dark, empty. Alicia's car still sat in the garage where she had left it before he threw her out, before she ran to her father like a coward. He should have known she would do that, should have been smarter about it. But he had been drunk angry about Stephanie pushing him for more money, and when Alicia questioned him about where he had been, something inside him snapped. No matter. He could fix this. He had fixed worse problems before. All it took was the right story told to the right people, and suddenly he became the victim instead of the villain. It worked in business. It would work now. Brad got out of the car, unlocked the front door, and went straight to his home office. He did not bother turning on lights. just sat down at his mahogany desk, opened his laptop, and pulled up his contact list. He scrolled until he found the name he needed. Richard Valdivia, the best criminal defense attorney in Chicago. Expensive as hell, but worth every penny. Brad had seen Valdivia get a DUI charge dropped for a client who blew .18 on the breathalyzer. If anyone could spin this situation in his favor, it was Valdivia. He dialed the number. It rang 4 times before a groggy voice answered. "This better be good. It is 6:30 on a Saturday morning." "Richard, it is Brad Morrison. I need your help, now." A pause. Then Valdivia's voice came back sharper, more alert. "What happened?" "They are trying to frame me. My wife, Alicia, her father is a retired cop who never liked me, never accepted our marriage because I am white and she is black. He has been trying to break us up for years, and now he has convinced her to lie about me, to say I hurt her." "Did you hurt her?" Brad hesitated for just a fraction of a second. "No. She fell down the stairs. I tried to help her, but she pushed me away. Then she ran to her father, and now he is twisting everything, making it sound like I abused her." Another pause. Valdivia was good at reading silences. "Brad, I need you to be completely honest with me. Did you put your hands on your wife?" "We had an argument. Things got heated. But it was not like what they are saying." Brad forced conviction into his voice. "Richard, her father has always hated me. He is one of those cops who sees racism everywhere, thinks every white person is out to get him. And now he is using his daughter to destroy me. Do you have evidence she is lying?" Brad leaned back in his chair thinking. "I have friends at Chicago PD, good friends, and I donate $50,000 annually to the Police Benevolent Fund. I am a respected member of this community. Everyone who knows me will vouch for my character." He could almost hear Valdivia's smile through the phone. Okay, this is workable. We spin this as an interracial couple being harassed by a racist father-in-law. We paint you as the victim of a vendetta, a good man trying to save his marriage while his wife's family tears it apart. We get statements from your friends, colleagues, people who can testify to your character. We make it about him, not you. Exactly. Brad felt relief wash over him. This was fixable. Can you do that? I can do better than that. I can destroy him. But Brad, I need you to listen very carefully. Do not contact Alicia. Do not go near her. Do not send her messages. Nothing. Any contact you have with her now can be used against you. Understand? I understand. Good. I will start making calls. We will meet Monday morning at my office. 9 a.m. sharp. Bring any documentation you have. Marriage certificate, financial records, anything that shows you as a stable, responsible husband. I will be there. And Brad, stay off social media. Do not post anything. Do not comment on anything. Let me handle the public relations side. Of course. Brad hung up and immediately opened Facebook. Stay off social media. Screw that. Valdivia did not understand how this worked. Public opinion mattered. If Brad could get people on his side before this went to court, he would have an army of supporters ready to testify to his character. He would be untouchable. He created a new Facebook group, typed in the name with careful precision, Justice for Brad Morrison falsely accused. Then he started writing his post, choosing each word deliberately, crafting a narrative that would make him sympathetic. A victim. A good man wrongly accused. My name is Brad Morrison. I have been married to my wife Alicia for 10 years. I love her more than anything in this world. Last night we had an argument, a bad one. Things were said that should not have been said. Alicia left the house upset, and I spent all night trying to find her, terrified something had happened to her. This morning I discovered she went to her father, a retired Chicago police officer who has never accepted our marriage. Why? Because I am white and Alicia is black. Her father has spent 10 years trying to convince her I am not good enough, that she made a mistake marrying me. And now he has convinced her to accuse me of things I did not do, to fabricate a story of abuse that never happened. I am not perfect. I will be the first to admit that. But I am not a monster. I am a husband who loves his wife and wants her home safe. I am a businessman who has spent years giving back to this community. And I am a man whose reputation is being destroyed by lies. If you know me, if you have ever worked with me or spoken to me, please stand with me. Please help me share the truth. Do not let one bitter man destroy an innocent person's life. Brad attached a photo to the post, one from 3 years ago back when things were still good between him and Alicia. They were at a charity gala, both dressed up, smiling at the camera. Alicia looked happy. Brad looked like the perfect husband. It was exactly the image he needed. He hit post and set the group to public. Then he started inviting people, friends from the country club, business associates, people he had donated money to over the years. Within minutes, the first members started joining. Within an hour, there were 200. By 10 a.m., over 800. And the comments poured in. Praying for you, Brad. Do not let them destroy you. This is exactly what is wrong with our society. Good men being torn down by false accusations. I know Brad Morrison. He is a good Christian man who would never hurt anyone. This is clearly a setup. Reverse racism is real, and this is proof. That old cop could not stand that his daughter married a white man. Brad read each comment with satisfaction. See, people believed him. They understood. He was the victim here. Not Alicia, not her meddling father. Him. By 11 a.m., the group had 1,200 members. Local news reporters had started requesting interviews. Brad ignored Valdivia's advice and accepted 3 of them. He would do the interviews by phone, carefully controlling the narrative. He would tell his story his way, but first he needed insurance. He needed someone inside Chicago PD to make sure this did not spiral out of control. He pulled up his contacts again and found another number. Lieutenant Mark Morrison, his cousin. Second cousin, technically, but family was family, and Mark owed him. Brad had donated generously to Mark's re-election campaign for the police union. Had pulled strings to get Mark's son an internship at his pawn shop. Mark would help. He had to. Brad dialed. The phone rang twice before Mark answered. Brad, what is going on? I heard your name on the scanner this morning. Something about a domestic disturbance. Mark, I need help. I am in serious trouble and I did not do anything wrong. Brad let his voice crack slightly, adding a layer of desperation. Alicia's father is trying to destroy me. He has always hated me, and now he has convinced Alicia to lie about me, to say I hurt her. Did you hurt her? Why did everyone keep asking him that? No. She had an accident, fell down the stairs. But her father is twisting it into something it is not. He is telling doctors I abused her, making up stories. And Mark, you know how these things go. Once an accusation is made, it does not matter if it is true. My life is over. Mark was quiet for a moment. What do you want me to do? I just need you to make sure that if charges are filed, they are based on real evidence, not just the word of a bitter old man. You know these people, Mark. They love playing the victim. They see everything through the lens of race. I need someone on the inside making sure this is handled fairly. Brad, I cannot interfere with an investigation. If there is evidence of domestic violence, I have to stay out of it. I am not asking you to interfere. I am asking you to make sure it is fair. That is all. You know me. You know I would never hurt anyone. Just make sure whoever investigates this knows that too. Brad paused, then added, I have been good to you, Mark. I have been good to the department. $50,000 a year to the benevolent fund. That bought me something, did not it? Another long silence. Brad held his breath. Then Mark sighed. I will see what I can do. But Brad, if there is evidence, real evidence, I cannot help you. There will not be. Because I did not do anything wrong. Thank you, Mark. I will not forget this. Brad hung up and leaned back in his chair, feeling more in control. He had a lawyer, he had public support growing by the minute, and he had someone inside the police department making sure things stayed fair. James Carter thought he could destroy Brad Morrison. The old man had no idea who he was dealing with. Brad spent the next hour refreshing his Facebook group, watching the membership grow. 1,500, 1,600, 1,700. The comments kept coming, each one more supportive than the last. People he had never met were defending him. Strangers were calling James Carter a racist, a bitter old man, a liar. Perfect. At 12:15 his phone rang. Unknown number. Brad answered. Hello. Mr. Morrison, this is Jennifer Park from Channel 7 News. I saw your Facebook post and I would like to interview you about your situation. Would you be available this afternoon? Brad smiled. I would be happy to talk to you. What time? By noon, Brad had given 3 phone interviews and scheduled 2 more for Sunday. He had crafted his narrative perfectly. He was the victim, the good husband, the successful businessman being torn down by a racist father-in-law. And people were eating it up. Meanwhile, across the city, James Carter was still sitting in the hospital with his daughter, completely unaware that Brad was building an army against him. That was Brad's advantage. James thought this was about the law, about evidence and justice. But Brad knew better. This was about public opinion. And public opinion was already turning in his favor. His phone buzzed with a text from Valdivia. "Saw your interviews. We need to talk. You are supposed to be keeping quiet." Brad ignored it. Valdivia was a lawyer. He did not understand modern media, did not understand that the court of public opinion mattered just as much as a court of law. By the time this went to trial, Brad would have thousands of supporters ready to vouch for him, ready to call Alicia and James liars, ready to say this was all a setup. He was winning, and he was just getting started. At the same time, James Carter was sitting in a small hospital room with Alicia, who had finally fallen asleep after giving Marcus her full statement. James held his daughter's hand, watching her chest rise and fall, grateful she was alive. His phone rang. "Pastor Eugene Brooks." James stepped into the hallway to answer. "Eugene, now is not a good time." "James, have you seen Facebook?" James frowned. "No, I do not use Facebook." "Why?" "You need to. Brad Morrison is destroying your reputation. He has created a group, 1,200 members already, all of them saying you are lying, saying this is about racism, saying you never accepted his marriage to Alicia because he is white." Eugene's voice was tight with anger. "James, he is turning this whole thing around, making himself the victim." James closed his eyes, exhaustion washing over him. Of course Brad was doing this. Of course he was. Men like him always did. "Eugene, I appreciate you calling, but I am not getting into a social media war with that man. The truth will come out in court." "James, people believe him. The white community is rallying around him. They are saying you are a corrupt cop, that you are trying to steal his business, that Alicia is lying because you told her to. Let them say what they want." James leaned against the wall, feeling every one of his 77 years. "I have fought racism my entire life, Eugene. I am not stopping now. Brad Morrison can spin whatever story he wants on Facebook. But when we get to court, when a judge sees the medical evidence, the text messages, the forged documents, none of his social media campaign will matter. I hope you are right, brother. I really do." They hung up. James stood in the hallway for a long moment, then pulled out his laptop from his bag. He did not use Facebook often, did not see the point, but maybe he should look, see what he was up against. He logged in to an account he had created years ago and barely touched since. Typed Brad Morrison's name into the search bar. The group popped up immediately. "Justice for Brad Morrison falsely accused." James clicked on it and started reading. Every word made his blood pressure rise. The lies, the manipulation, the carefully crafted victim narrative. And the comments. Hundreds of comments from people who did not know Brad, did not know Alicia, did not know the truth. But they believed him anyway. Bitter old man cannot accept his daughter married a white man. This is what happens when cops think they are above the law. Corruption at its finest. "I went to high school with Brad. Nicest guy you will ever meet. His wife is clearly lying. These people always lie about abuse. It is how they get attention and money." James closed the laptop before he put his fist through the screen. His phone buzzed. A text from Raymond Cole, his old partner from the force. The man who had stood beside him through countless investigations, who had been at his wife's funeral, who he trusted more than almost anyone. "James, we need to talk. Lieutenant told everyone not to get involved in your situation, said it is a family matter and we should stay neutral." "I am sorry, brother. My hands are tied." James stared at the message for a long time, then he typed back a single word, "Understood." He pocketed his phone and walked back into Alicia's room. She was still sleeping, her face peaceful for the first time since she arrived. James sat down in this chair beside her bed, took her hand gently, and made a silent promise. Brad Morrison could have his Facebook group, his lawyer, his cousin in the police department, his army of supporters who believed his lies. It did not matter, because James had something more powerful. He had the truth, and he had spent 35 years learning how to prove it. Let Brad build his house of cards. James would burn it down. Sunday afternoon arrived with deceptive calm. The hospital discharged Alicia at 2 p.m. after Dr. Hughes confirmed her vitals were stable and the pain medication was working. Patricia pulled me aside before we left, her expression grave as she handed me a thick manila envelope. "Everything is in here. Photos, medical reports, x-rays, my formal statement. Keep it somewhere safe. Make copies." She squeezed my shoulder. "And James, be careful. Men like Brad do not accept defeat quietly." I thanked her, tucked the envelope under my arm, and helped Alicia into my old Honda. She moved slowly, each breath causing her to wince from the cracked ribs. The drive from the hospital to my house on the south side took 20 minutes. 20 minutes of silence except for Alicia's occasional sharp intake of breath when we hit a pothole. She stared out the window the whole time, watching the city pass by like she was seeing it for the first time. Or maybe for the last time. I could not tell which. When we turned onto my street, Drexel Avenue, something felt wrong. I could not put my finger on it at first. Just an instinct honed from 35 years of walking into situations where danger waited. Then I saw my house and my foot hit the brake so hard the car lurched. "Oh my God!" Alicia's hand flew to her mouth. The front window of my house, the big picture window that looked out onto my small porch, was shattered. Glass covered the ground, sparkling in the afternoon sun like scattered diamonds. But that was not the worst part. Spray painted across my front door in angry red letters was a single word: liar. The paint was still wet enough to drip down the white wood in bloody streaks. I pulled into my driveway, put the car in park, and sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel. My trash cans had been knocked over, garbage strewn across the lawn. Someone had trampled my wife's flower bed, the one I still tended every spring in her memory. The mailbox hung at an angle, bent like someone had taken a bat to it. "Daddy, they are coming for us." Alicia's voice shook. "Brad did this. Or he had someone do it. We should leave. We should go somewhere else." "No." I opened my door, stepped out. "This is my home. I am not running." I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. The dispatcher answered on the third ring. "911, what is your emergency?" "Vandalism and threats at 4738 South Drexel Avenue. Someone destroyed my property and spray painted my door." I kept my voice steady, professional. Cop voice. "I need officers here now. We will dispatch a unit. They should arrive in 20 to 30 minutes. I blinked. 30 minutes. This is a hate crime. I am a retired police officer and someone just threatened me at my own home. "Sir, I understand your frustration, but all units are currently responding to higher priority calls. An officer will be there as soon as possible." Higher priority. My house vandalized, my family threatened, and it was not high priority. I thought about all the times I had responded to calls in under 5 minutes, all the times I dropped everything to help someone in need. And now when I needed help, I had to wait 30 minutes. Fine. I hung up. Alicia had gotten out of the car, was standing on the sidewalk staring at the damage. Tears ran down her face. "This is my fault. If I had not left him, if I had just stayed quiet." "Stop." I walked over to her, took her hands. "This is not your fault. This is Brad showing his true colors. This is what abusers do when they lose control. They lash out. They try to intimidate, but we are not going to let him win." A door opened across the street. Mrs. Dorothy Walker, my neighbor of 20 years, stepped onto her porch. She was 68, a retired school teacher who used to bring me casseroles after my wife died, who used to babysit Alicia when she was young, who I thought of as a friend. "Dorothy," I raised my hand in greeting. "Did you see who did this?" Dorothy looked at me, then at my house, then back at me. Her face was tight with discomfort. She stepped down from her porch but did not come any closer. "James, I do not want to get involved." "Involved? Someone destroyed my property. You are my neighbor. If you saw something—" "I did not see anything." She crossed her arms. "And even if I did, I would not say, because everyone is talking, James, about you, about Alicia, about what happened with Brad." "What are people saying?" Dorothy glanced away. "That maybe Alicia is lying, that Brad is a good man who does not deserve this, that you are just a bitter old father who never accepted your daughter marrying a white man." The words hit like physical blows. I had known Dorothy for 2 decades, had helped her fix her roof after a storm, had driven her to the hospital when her husband had a heart attack. and now she was standing here refusing to help, repeating gossip like it was fact. Dorothy, you have known Alicia since she was 10 years old. You have known me even longer. Do you really think I would lie about something like this? I do not know what to think anymore. Dorothy's voice rose defensively. Brad Morrison is a pillar of this community. He donates to the church. He helps local businesses. And Alicia, well, she has always been quiet, private. People are saying maybe she is trying to take his money, that this is all about the pawn shop. Unbelievable. I shook my head. So you are choosing to believe a man you barely know over people you have known for years, because he has money, because he is white. That is not fair, James. This is not about race. Is not it? I gestured at my vandalized house. Someone spray painted my door, Dorothy. Someone is threatening my family. And you are telling me you will not help because you do not want to get involved. Dorothy took a step back. I am sorry, James. I really am. But I have to think about myself too. I cannot afford to make enemies, especially not someone like Brad Morrison who has connections. She turned and hurried back to her house, closing the door firmly behind her. I stood there on the sidewalk watching her go, feeling something inside me crack. Not break, just crack. A small fissure in the foundation of what I thought I knew about my community, about my neighbors, about human decency. Come on, baby girl, let us get inside. I helped Alicia into the house, careful to avoid the broken glass. The living room looked untouched. Whoever did this had only vandalized the outside. Small mercies. I settled Alicia on the sofa, covered her with a blanket, and went to find something to board up the window. I would have to wait for the police to take photos before I cleaned up, but I could at least make it secure. I was in the garage looking for plywood when Alicia called out, Daddy, it is almost 3. Do you still want to go to church? Church. Sunday service at Faith Baptist, where I had worshipped for 40 years, where my wife's funeral had been held, where Alicia had been baptized, yes. We needed to go, needed to show our faces, needed to let people see that we were not hiding, that we had nothing to be ashamed of. Yes. Get ready. Service starts at 4. An hour later, we pulled into the church parking lot. The building was a modest brick structure with a white steeple and stained glass windows that caught the late afternoon sun. I had spent countless Sundays here, had served on committees, had helped paint the fellowship hall. This was my church, my sanctuary. But the moment Alicia and I walked through the doors, I knew something was wrong. The usual warm greetings were absent. People looked at us, then quickly looked away. Conversations stopped mid-sentence. A group of white women, wives of local businessmen who made up the church's wealthiest donors, stood near the entrance. They stared at Alicia with open hostility. I guided Alicia to our usual pew, 3rd row from the front left side. We sat down. The whispers started immediately. I could not make out individual words, but I could hear the tone. Judgment, disapproval, suspicion. Pastor Eugene Brooks took the pulpit at 4:05. He was 74, had been leading this congregation for 30 years. He looked out at the assembled crowd, his eyes finding mine. He gave me a small nod. Solidarity. Then he began his sermon. It was about forgiveness, about standing with the persecuted, about how Jesus ate with tax collectors and sinners, about how the church should be a place of refuge, not judgment. I wondered if anyone else heard the pointed message, wondered if they understood he was talking about us. After the service, as people filed out, Deacon Robert Williams approached us. He was 60, white with silver hair and expensive suits. His wife was one of the women who had been staring at Alicia earlier. Williams was also on the church board, and he was, I had learned through the gossip mill, a golfing buddy of Brad Morrison. James, Alicia, may I have a word? His tone was polite but cold. Of course, Deacon. Williams glanced around, making sure others could hear. I think it would be best if you and Alicia did not attend services here for a while. The words hung in the air like poison. I stared at him. Excuse me. Your presence is divisive. There are members of the congregation who are uncomfortable. Brad Morrison is a major donor to this church. His friends worship here. And with all this unpleasantness, it is creating tension. Unpleasantness. I kept my voice level, but inside I was screaming. My daughter was beaten. She is recovering from cracked ribs. And you are calling that unpleasantness? That is hearsay until proven in a court of law. William straightened his tie. And until then, I think it is best if you worship elsewhere, just temporarily, until things settle down. So you are choosing money over morality, donors over decency. I am choosing peace in the congregation, James. I am sure you understand. No, Robert, I do not understand. I stepped closer to him. I have been a member of this church for 40 years. My wife is buried in the cemetery out back. My daughter was baptized at that altar. And you are telling me we are not welcome because a rich white man and his friends are uncomfortable. James, please do not make this about race. Do not make this about race. My voice rose. Several people turned to stare. What else would it be about? You are taking the side of a man who put his wife in the hospital over a family that has served this church faithfully for decades. Because he has money. Because he is white. Because he makes you comfortable. That is enough. Williams's face flushed red. I am trying to handle this diplomatically, but if you insist on causing a scene... What is going on here? Pastor Eugene appeared beside us. He had been shaking hands with parishioners at the door, but he must have heard the raised voices. Pastor, I was just explaining to James that perhaps it would be best if he and Alicia took some time away from the church, given the circumstances. Williams gestured vaguely. Eugene's expression hardened. The circumstances being that his daughter was hospitalized after being beaten by her husband. Allegedly beaten. We do not know. I know. Eugene cut him off. Because I have seen the medical reports. I have spoken to Dr. Hughes. And I know James Carter. If he says his daughter was beaten, then she was beaten. And this church will stand with them, not against them. Williams sputtered. Pastor, with all due respect, Brad Morrison donates $50,000 a year to this church. We cannot afford to alienate him. Then we will do without his money. Eugene's voice rang through the now silent sanctuary. Everyone was listening. This is a house of God, not a country club. We do not choose sides based on bank accounts. James and Alicia are welcome here. Anyone who has a problem with that is free to leave. Williams stared at Eugene, his face scarlet. You are making a mistake, Pastor. Perhaps, but it is a mistake I can live with. Can you say the same? Williams turned on his heel and stormed out. His wife and several other well-dressed white couples followed him. The doors slammed shut behind them. Eugene turned to me, placed a hand on my shoulder. You are welcome here, brother. Always. Thank you, Eugene. My voice was thick. We left the church shortly after. The ride home was silent. When we pulled into my driveway, a police car was waiting. Finally. 2 officers got out. I recognized one of them, Officer Mike Davis. We had worked together years ago. He had been a rookie then. Now he wore sergeant stripes. James, Mike shook my hand. I heard about what happened. I'm sorry it took so long to get here. We have been slammed today. I understand. Thank you for coming. They took photos of the damage, wrote up a report, asked if I had any idea who might have done it. I told them about Brad, about the Facebook group, about the threats. Mike listened, took notes, but I could see in his eyes what he was thinking. Domestic dispute, civil matter, nothing they could do. We will file the report, Mike said as they prepared to leave. But James, without witnesses or cameras, it is going to be hard to prove who did this. I know. After they left, I spent the rest of the evening boarding up the window and cleaning up the garbage. Alicia helped as much as she could with her injuries. We worked in silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts. By 8 p.m. we were sitting in the living room. The boarded-up window made the room dark. I had not bothered to turn on many lights. We sat in shadows, exhausted and alone. Daddy, maybe I should drop this. Alicia's voice was small. Everyone hates us. People we thought were friends have turned their backs. My boss called this afternoon. Said I should take unpaid leave until this blows over. They do not want the scandal. They are firing you. Not officially, but yes, essentially. She wiped her eyes. And it is not going to get better. Brad has people on his side, money, influence. We have nothing. Maybe it is better to just walk away, start over somewhere else. No. I sat up straighter. We do not quit. We do not run. But nobody believes us. That is not true. Marcus believes us. Patricia believes us. Eugene believes us. That is enough. Is it? Alicia looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. Is it really enough because it feels like the whole world is against us? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. Text message from an unknown number. I opened it. Drop the case or the old man gets hurt. I stared at the words for a long moment. Then I stood up, walked to my bedroom, opened the nightstand drawer, and pulled out my Glock. Checked the magazine. Chambered around. walked back to the living room.
Daddy, what are you doing?
Alicia's voice rose in panic. Being prepared. I set the gun on the coffee table where I could reach it quickly. Brad wants to threaten me, fine. Let him come. Let him try. Daddy, no. If you shoot someone, they will arrest you. They will say you are the violent one. Brad will win. Only if I shoot first without cause. But if someone breaks into my house, that is self-defense. Castle doctrine. I have every legal right to protect us. I sat back down, the gun within reach. Brad Morrison has been playing nice until now, using lawyers and social media and money, but eventually men like him run out of patience. Eventually they escalate, and when he does, I will be ready. I am scared, Daddy. I know, baby girl. So am I. I took her hand. But we are going to get through this, together, no matter what it takes. We sat there in the dark living room, the boarded-up window blocking out the streetlights, my gun on the table, threats from unknown numbers on my phone, the world turning against us. But I meant what I said. We would get through this. Brad Morrison wanted a war. He was going to get one. And I had been fighting wars my entire life. I knew how to win. Monday night came with a sense of dread I could not shake. Alicia and I had spent the day preparing for the restraining order hearing scheduled for Tuesday morning. Marcus had called twice to go over our testimony, making sure we had our facts straight, our timeline clear. Everything needed to be perfect. One mistake, one inconsistency, and Brad's lawyer would tear us apart. By 10 p.m., I was exhausted. Alicia had fallen asleep on the couch watching television, the pain medication knocking her out despite her best efforts to stay awake. I covered her with a blanket, turned off the TV, and headed upstairs to my bedroom. The house felt different now. Less like a sanctuary and more like a target. Every creak of the floorboards made me tense. Every car that drove past made me look out the window. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows before I went to bed, double-checked them. My Glock sat on the nightstand loaded and ready. I had not slept with a gun next to my bed since my early days on the force, back when I worked undercover and enemies knew where I lived. But tonight it felt necessary. Brad had already shown he was willing to vandalize my home. What would he do next? I was dreaming about my wife when the sound woke me. A scraping noise, metal on metal, coming from downstairs. My eyes snapped open and I was instantly awake, adrenaline flooding my system. I grabbed the Glock, moved to the bedroom door, listened. There it was again. Someone was trying to force open the back door. Meanwhile, across town, Brad Morrison sat in his study with a burner phone pressed to his ear. The phone call had been brief, direct, the kind of transaction Brad had done a dozen times before when he needed problems solved quietly. Billy Dawson answered on the second ring. Yeah. Billy, it is your friend from the pawn shop. Brad never used his name on these calls. Plausible deniability. I need a favor. What kind of favor? Billy's voice was gravelly, roughened by years of cigarettes and cheap whiskey. I need you to scare someone. Send a message. Nothing permanent. Just enough to make him back off. Who is the target? An old black guy, retired cop, James Carter, 4738 South Drexel Avenue. Brad paused. He is causing problems for me. I need him to understand that continuing down this path would be very bad for his health. Billy was quiet for a moment. James Carter, I know that name. He used to be a detective. Tough guy back in the day. He is 77 years old. How tough can he be? Brad's voice hardened. $5,000, cash. Half now, half when it is done. You want me to hurt him. I want you to scare him, break some things, make it clear what happens if he does not drop this case against me, but do not leave any marks that could be traced back to you, or to me. Understand? Yeah, I understand. When? Tonight, the sooner the better. I need him rattled before the court hearing tomorrow. Billy chuckled. You got it, boss. Me and my brother will handle it. Brad hung up, deleted the call history, and removed the SIM card from the burner phone. He would destroy it tomorrow. No evidence, no connection. If Billy got caught, it would be his word against Brad's. And Brad had lawyers and money and a spotless reputation. Billy had a criminal record and a meth addiction. Who would the police believe? Back at my house, I moved down the stairs, silently, muscle memory from decades of clearing buildings kicking in. Step on the edges of the stairs where they do not creak. Keep the gun pointed down until you have a target. Control your breathing. Stay calm. Daddy. Alicia's whispered shout came from the living room. She was sitting up on the couch, eyes wide with fear. "Quiet," I mouthed. I gestured for her to get behind the couch. She nodded and slid down onto the floor out of the line of fire. I moved to the kitchen, looked out the window toward the back door. 2 figures stood there illuminated by the motion sensor light. Both white, both wearing dark clothes. One was tall and thin, the other shorter and stockier. The tall one was working a crowbar into the door frame trying to pop the lock. The shorter one kept watch, turning his head back and forth like a nervous animal. I pulled out my phone, dialed 911 with one hand while keeping the gun trained on the door with the other. The dispatcher answered immediately. 911, what is your emergency? Intruders attempting to break into my home. 4738 South Drexel Avenue, 2 suspects, male white armed with crowbars. I am James Carter, retired Chicago PD. I am armed and prepared to defend my property. Officers are being dispatched now, sir. Stay on the line. No time. I hung up. The door was about to give. I could hear the wood splintering. With a loud crack, the lock broke and the door swung open. The 2 men stepped inside my kitchen, crowbars in hand. They moved confidently like they had done this before, like they thought an old man would not be a threat. I flipped the light switch. The kitchen flooded with brightness. Both men froze, squinting against the sudden glare. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, Glock aimed at center mass of the taller one. One more step and I shoot. The tall one, Billy Dawson, though I did not know his name yet, laughed. Actually laughed. You are not going to shoot anyone, old man. You are a cop. You know the law. You cannot just shoot someone for breaking and entering. Retired cop, I corrected. And in Illinois we have the Castle Doctrine. I have every legal right to use deadly force to defend my home against intruders. So I will ask you one more time. Leave, now. The shorter one, Tommy Billy's brother, took a step forward. Listen, Pops, we are just here to deliver a message. From Brad Morrison. Drop the case. Walk away. Or next time we will not be so gentle. Brad sent you. I should have known, should have expected it. But hearing it confirmed still made my blood boil. Tell Brad if he has something to say to me, he can come say it himself. If he has the balls, which I am guessing he does not. Billy's smile faded. You are making a mistake, old man. A big mistake. Brad Morrison is not someone you want as an enemy. Too late for that. I adjusted my grip on the gun. Now get out of my house. Or what? You will shoot us. You are going to kill 2 unarmed men. Billy spread his arms wide, the crowbar dangling from one hand. Go ahead. Pull the trigger. See what happens. You will be the one going to jail, not us. Unarmed. You are holding a crowbar. That is a deadly weapon. I shifted my aim slightly. And I do not need to kill you to make my point. I pulled the trigger. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet hit the hardwood floor 6 inches in front of Billy's feet, sending splinters flying. Both men jumped back, eyes wide with shock. Apparently they had thought I was bluffing. The next one goes in your kneecap, I said calmly. Then I call an ambulance. Maybe it takes 20 minutes to arrive. Maybe longer. Plenty of time for you to bleed and think about your life choices. Billy and Tommy looked at each other. Whatever Brad was paying them, it was not enough to risk getting shot. They turned and ran, stumbling over each other in their haste to get out the broken door. I followed them as far as the back porch, watched them sprint across my yard and disappear into the alley behind my house. Tell Brad I am coming for him, I shouted after them. My voice echoed in the quiet night. Alicia appeared in the kitchen doorway, shaking. Daddy, are you okay? I am fine. Get back inside. I secured the broken door as best I could, pushing my heavy dining table against it. It would not stop a determined intruder, but it would slow them down, give me time to react. Sirens wailed in the distance, getting closer. The police were finally coming. About damn time. I set my gun on the kitchen counter well out of reach and waited. Having a weapon in your hand when police arrived was a good way to get shot badge or no badge. 2 squad cars pulled up 10 minutes later. 4 officers emerged, hands on their weapons, until they saw me standing on the porch with my hands visible. I recognized one of them. Officer Mike Brennan, white mid-30s, decent cop from what I remembered. The other 3 I did not know. Mr. Carter, we got a call about shots fired. Brennan approached cautiously, his partner, Officer Lee Johnson, a black man about 40, flanking him. 2 men broke into my house. I fired 1 warning shot. They fled. No one was injured. I gestured to the back door. You can see where they forced entry. Brennan examined the door, took photos with his phone. Can you describe the suspects? Both white 30s, one tall and thin, maybe 6'2", the other shorter, 5'8". The tall one had a tattoo on his neck, spiderweb pattern. Both carried crowbars. Brennan stopped taking photos. Spiderweb neck tattoo, that is Billy Dawson. Local criminal, in and out of jail. His brother Tommy usually works with him. Then you know where to find them. Go arrest them. On what charge? Brennan's tone was carefully neutral. They broke your door, but they did not steal anything. You said you fired a warning shot and they ran, without evidence that they were going to harm you. They had crowbars. They broke into my home. That is burglary. That is trespassing with intent to commit a felony. I kept my voice level, but inside I was screaming. You know Billy Dawson. You know his record. You know he does not break into houses for fun. Someone hired him, probably Brad Morrison. Officer Johnson spoke up. Mr. Carter, we understand your frustration, but without proof that Morrison hired them, we cannot make that connection. And technically, you discharged a firearm inside city limits. That is illegal. I defended my home against armed intruders. That is not illegal. That is my right under Illinois law. You could have called 911 and waited for us to arrive, Brennan said. I did call 911. You took 10 minutes to get here. They would have been inside and gone in 10 minutes. Or worse, they would have hurt my daughter who was sleeping on my couch. I pointed at the broken door. This is attempted assault, breaking and entering, terroristic threatening. Are you going to file charges or not? Brennan exchanged a look with Johnson. Something passed between them. A silent communication I did not like. We will file a report, but Mr. Carter, Lieutenant Morrison told us to be very careful with this case, to make sure we are following procedure exactly. There it was, the real reason they were hesitating. Morrison, as in Lieutenant Mark Morrison. Brad Morrison's cousin. Brennan said nothing, but his silence was answer enough. So that is how this is going to be. Brad has his cousin running interference, making sure no charges stick, making sure I look like the bad guy while he hires thugs to terrorize my family. I laughed bitterly. 35 years I wore that badge. 35 years I trusted the system. And this is what it comes to. Corrupt cops protecting a wealthy abuser because they share a last name and a skin color. Mr. Carter, that is not fair, Johnson said quietly. We are just trying to do our job. Then do your job. Arrest Billy Dawson. Charge him with breaking and entering. Question him about who hired him. Follow the evidence wherever it leads. Or are you too afraid of upsetting Lieutenant Morrison? Neither officer responded. Brennan finished writing his report, handed me a copy. We will investigate. If we find evidence connecting Morrison to this, we will pursue it. But right now, all we have is a break-in and a discharged weapon. We could charge you with reckless endangerment. Go ahead. Charge me. See how that plays in court. Retired detective defends home against armed intruders while police take 10 minutes to respond. Great headline. I took the report. Are we done here? For now. Brennan headed back to his car. Johnson lingered for a moment. Mr. Carter, off the record, you are probably right about Morrison hiring those guys. Everyone knows Billy Dawson does not do anything without getting paid, but proving it is a different story. And with Lieutenant Morrison involved, this is going to be complicated. He lowered his voice. Watch your back. If they came once, they will come again. I know. I met his eyes. Thank you for being honest. After the police left, I barricaded the back door with the dining table and 2 chairs. It would not hold against a serious assault, but it would make noise. That was all I needed. Noise and time. Alicia sat on the couch, wrapped in her blanket, staring at nothing. They will come back, won't they? Brad will send them again. Probably. I sat down beside her, suddenly feeling every one of my 77 years. But not tonight. Billy and Tommy are not getting paid enough to risk getting shot twice. What are we going to do? We are leaving tomorrow, after the court hearing. We are going to a hotel, somewhere Brad does not know about, somewhere safe. And we are going to let Marcus handle the legal side while we stay out of sight. I took her hand. I am not letting anything happen to you, I promise. I am not worried about me, Daddy. I am worried about you. I squeezed her hand. I am too old and too mean to kill. Brad Morrison is going to learn that the hard way. We sat there in the darkness, the broken door barricaded, the smell of gunpowder still lingering in the air. and I made a silent vow. Brad Morrison wanted to escalate fine. He had no idea what he had just unleashed. I had spent 3.5 decades putting dangerous men in cages. Brad thought he was untouchable because he had money and a badge in the family. But money could not stop a bullet, and badges could be revoked. He was about to learn that the hard way. We would see who was still standing when this was over. Tuesday morning began with Marcus Jefferson's voice on my phone at 7 a.m. sharp. I had barely slept. Every sound in the night had me reaching for my gun. Every shadow outside my window made me tense. Alicia and I had spent the night in shifts, one of us always awake, always watching. We were exhausted, running on adrenaline and coffee, but we were alive. That counted for something. James, I found her. Marcus sounded energized, like he had gotten a full 8 hours and a good breakfast. Lucky him. Found who? I was still groggy, my brain not firing on all cylinders yet. Brad's mistress, Stephanie Reynolds. 32 years old, works at First National Bank, Lincoln Park branch. Been with the bank for 6 years, no criminal record, clean as they come on paper. I could hear the clicking of a keyboard in the background. Marcus was already working, probably had been for hours. How did you find her? I sat up suddenly, much more awake. This could be the break we needed. Brad's Instagram. The man is not nearly as smart as he thinks he is. Posted a photo 3 weeks ago at some upscale Italian restaurant, tagged the location and his dinner companion, Stephanie_Reynolds 89. Took me about 10 minutes to find her LinkedIn profile, work address, everything. He basically handed her to us on a silver platter. I almost laughed. Brad had been so careful about threatening Alicia, about covering his tracks with the forged documents, about hiring thugs through burner phones. And then he posted pictures with his mistress on social media for the world to see. Arrogance. It made people sloppy. What do we do with this information? We talked to her. In my experience, women scorned often tell the truth, especially when they realized the man they loved was using them. Marcus paused. She might be the key to this whole case, James. If she is willing to testify about Brad's character, about his temper, about anything he might have told her, it could be devastating for him in court. She might also lie for him, protect him. Love makes people do stupid things. I thought about Alicia, how she had stayed with Brad for 2 years enduring abuse because she thought she loved him, thought he would change. True, but we will not know unless we try. Meet me at the bank at noon, lunch hour. She will be easier to approach when she is not behind a desk. I agreed and hung up. Spent the next few hours getting ready, making sure Alicia had everything she needed. She was still in pain from her ribs, moving slowly, but she insisted on coming with us to the bank. I want to see her, Alicia said. I want to see the woman he left me for, the woman he said was better than me. Are you sure this could be difficult? I am sure. So at 11:45, the three of us drove to Lincoln Park. Marcus had gotten there early, staked out the bank, identified Stephanie's car in the parking lot. He texted me when she came out at exactly noon, right on schedule. Apparently she was a creature of habit. Stephanie Reynolds was everything Alicia was not. That was the first thing I noticed. Where Alicia was dark-skinned and curvy with natural hair she wore in braids, Stephanie was pale and thin with straight blonde hair that fell to her shoulders. She wore a black suit, professional and expensive-looking, and carried herself with the confidence of someone who had never been told she was not good enough. She walked to her car, a white BMW, fumbling with her keys. Ms. Reynolds. Marcus approached her smoothly, his lawyer persona in full effect. Friendly but authoritative. Can we talk for a moment? Stephanie looked up, startled. Her eyes moved from Marcus to me to Alicia. I watched recognition dawn on her face when she saw Alicia. She had seen photos. Of course she had. Brad probably showed her pictures, told her stories, painted Alicia as the villain in their relationship. Who are you? Her voice was high, nervous. I am Marcus Jefferson, attorney at law. This is James Carter and his daughter Alicia. Marcus gestured to us. We would like to ask you a few questions about Brad Morrison. Stephanie's face went white. She looked around the parking lot like she was searching for an escape route. I do not know anyone by that name. That is strange, Marcus said mildly, because Brad posted several photos of you on his Instagram, tagged you by name, even wrote captions about what a wonderful evening he had with you. He pulled out his phone, showed her a screenshot. This is you, is it not? Stephanie stared at the photo. Her hands were shaking. I have nothing to say. Please leave me alone. We are not here to judge you, I said, stepping forward. We are not your enemies, but we need the truth about Brad Morrison, about who he really is. Lee, I said I have nothing to say. Stephanie tried to get into her car, but Marcus stepped in front of the door. Ms. Reynolds, Brad Morrison put my daughter in the hospital, broke her ribs, left bruises all over her body, and I have reason to believe you know things about him that could help us stop him from hurting anyone else. I kept my voice gentle. Please, just give us 10 minutes. That is all we are asking. Stephanie looked at Alicia, really looked at her for the first time. Saw the fading bruises on her face, the way she held her side like it still hurt to breathe. Something shifted in Stephanie's expression. Doubt, maybe. Or guilt. 10 minutes, she finally said. There is a coffee shop across the street. We walked to a small cafe, the kind with overpriced lattes and uncomfortable metal chairs. Marcus bought 4 coffees. We sat down at a table in the back, away from other customers. Stephanie held her cup with both hands, staring into it like it held answers. I did not know he was married, she began without prompting. He told me he was divorced, that his ex-wife was bitter and jealous and trying to ruin his life. I believed him. When did you find out the truth? Marcus asked, pulling out a notepad. 6 months ago, November. I was in his car looking for my phone, found his wedding ring in the glove compartment. Stephanie's voice was flat, like she was reading from a script. When I asked him about it, he said it was old jewelry, that he kept it for sentimental reasons, but the marriage was over. Did you believe him? At first, but I could not stop thinking about it. So I Googled him, found photos on Facebook from 2024, him and Alicia at a charity event, looking happy, looking very much married. She finally looked up at us. That is when I knew he had lied. Why did you not leave? I asked. Stephanie laughed bitterly. Because I loved him, or I thought I did. And he swore he was going to leave her. Said he was just waiting for the right time, that Alicia was crazy and controlling, and if he left her too suddenly, she might hurt herself or hurt him. He made her sound like a monster. She looked at Alicia. I am sorry. I did not know. I should have known, but I did not. Alicia said nothing, just stared at Stephanie with an expression I could not read. Marcus leaned forward. Did Brad ever hurt you? Stephanie's hands tightened around her coffee cup. The question hung in the air for a long moment. Once, she finally said. 3 months ago. I had loaned him $15,000. He said it was for the business, for inventory. But when I asked for it back because I needed to pay rent, he got angry. Said I was being selfish and greedy, that he would pay me back when he felt like it. She set down her cup, pulled up the sleeve of her suit jacket. Even though months had passed, I could still see the faint outline of bruises on her forearm. Fingerprints. He grabbed me, twisted my arm behind my back, said I needed to learn my place. Did you report it? Marcus was writing everything down. No, he apologized the next day, bought me flowers and jewelry, said he had been stressed about work and took it out on me, promised it would never happen again. Do you have photos of the bruises? I took some, but I deleted them. I was scared he would find them on my phone. Stephanie looked defeated. I know how stupid that sounds. I work at a bank. I see women come in all the time with bruises, making excuses for their husbands and boyfriends. I used to judge them, think they were weak for staying, and then I became one of them. You are not weak, Alicia spoke for the first time. You are a victim. There is a difference. Stephanie's eyes filled with tears. I am so sorry. For everything. For being with him while he was married to you. For believing his lies about you. I should have known better. We are not here for apologies, Marcus said gently. We are here for the truth, and I need to ask you something very important, Ms. Reynolds. Did Brad ever propose to you? Stephanie went very still. Why do you ask that? Please, just answer the question. He asked me to marry him in February. Said once his divorce from Alicia was finalized, we could be together officially. Marcus exchanged a glance with me. Did you say yes? We got married. The words came out in a whisper. In Las Vegas, March 15th. It was a weekend trip. We drank too much, went to one of those chapels on the Strip. He said let us do it for fun, that it would be romantic. I thought he was joking at first, but then we were standing in front of an Elvis impersonator and signing papers, and it was real. My heart stopped. Marcus's pen froze on the paper. Even Alicia gasped. You married him? I managed to get out. It was supposed to be symbolic. He said it was not legally binding because the divorce was not final yet. That we would do a real wedding later. Stephanie was crying now, tears running down her face. Oh God, he lied about that too, did not he? Stephanie, Marcus said carefully, do you have a marriage certificate, documentation of this wedding? Yes, it is at home in a drawer. He said to keep it safe for when we did the real ceremony later. She looked at us with dawning horror. What have I done? You did not do anything wrong. Brad did. Marcus was typing rapidly on his phone. Stephanie, if you married Brad Morrison on March 15th, 2023, and he was still legally married to Alicia, that is bigamy, a federal crime. He could face up to 5 years in prison just for that alone. Stephanie looked like she might throw up. I did not know. I swear I did not know. We believe you, I said, but we need you to testify. We need you to tell the truth in court about what Brad did, about the lies he told, about the violence, about the marriage certificate.
If I do that, he will kill me.
Stephanie was shaking so hard her teeth were chattering.
You do not understand what he is capable of. He has connections, money, people who will do anything he asks. I know exactly what he is capable of, Alicia said quietly. Because he did it to me for 2 years. And if you do not testify, he will do it to the next woman, and the next, and the next. Because men like Brad do not stop. They do not change. They just find new victims. Stephanie covered her face with her hands. I cannot do this. I cannot. Yes, you can, I said. Because you are stronger than you think. And because you are not alone. We will protect you. Marcus will get you a restraining order. We will make sure you are safe. How can you promise that he sent people to break into your house last night? I saw it on the news. He is not going to stop just because you file some paperwork. No, I agreed. He is not. But the more evidence we have against him, the harder it becomes for him to hurt anyone. Right now he thinks he is untouchable. But bigamy is a federal crime. That means federal prosecutors, federal agents, people who do not care that his cousin is a lieutenant in Chicago PD, people who will throw him in a cell and lose the key. Marcus stood up. Stephanie, I am filing for a protection order for you this afternoon. You are a victim in this case, just like Alicia, and I am going to make sure Brad Morrison never touches you again. What happens now? Stephanie asked, her voice small. Now. Marcus smiled grimly. Now we destroy him. We left the coffee shop with Stephanie's promise to testify and her agreement to bring the marriage certificate to Marcus's office the next day. As we walked to the car, I felt something I had not felt in days. Hope. Real, tangible hope. Brad Morrison had made a fatal mistake. He had underestimated the women in his life. Thought they would stay silent, stay scared, stay under his control. But Alicia had found her voice, and now Stephanie was finding hers. Together, they would bring him down. And I would make sure he stayed down. Wednesday morning, I sat in my kitchen with a cup of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago, staring at the business card Marcus had given me. Angela Chen, forensic document examiner, retired FBI. I had worked with Angela back in the 90s on a case involving forged checks. She had been brilliant then, catching details that even trained detectives missed. If anyone could prove Brad's documents were fake, it was her. I picked up my phone and dialed the number on the card. It rang 3 times before a crisp, professional voice answered. Chen Forensic Consulting, this is Angela. Angela, it is James Carter, Chicago PD retired. We worked together on the Henderson case back in '97. There was a pause, then a laugh. James Carter, I remember you. You were the detective who actually listened to my analysis instead of dismissing it. How can I help you? I need you to analyze a signature. I believe it is forged. What kind of document are we talking about? A property transfer document. My daughter was forced to sign over ownership of a business to her husband. The witness signature is supposedly from a man named Robert Hayes, but I have reason to believe Hayes was already dead when the document was signed. Send it over. I will take a look. Angela rattled off an email address. Fair warning, James. My rate is $300 an hour, minimum 5 hours. I will pay whatever it takes. This is important. Then scan the document at the highest resolution you can. I need to see every detail. Paper texture, ink composition, pressure points, everything. I thanked her and hung up. Alicia was still asleep upstairs, finally getting some rest after days of pain and fear.
I retrieved the forged transfer document from the envelope Patricia had given me, drove to the local library, and used their high-resolution scanner to create a digital copy. Sent it to Angela with a note explaining the situation. Now all I could do was wait. 24 hours later, my phone rang. Angela's number. I answered on the first ring. "What did you find?" "James, this signature is 100% forged. Not even a good forgery. Whoever did this got sloppy." I could hear the satisfaction in her voice. She loved catching frauds. First, the pressure points are completely inconsistent. A real signature has natural variations in pressure as the hand moves. This one is too uniform, like someone was tracing. Second, the ink. I ran a chemical analysis based on the scan. The ink used for the witness signature is a different composition than the ink used for the rest of the document. Different manufacturer, different formula. That alone proves it was added later. And the witness himself. Robert Hayes died in November 2022 according to public records. This document is dated April 2024. Unless Hayes came back from the dead to witness a signature, this is fraud. Angela paused. "James, whoever forged this committed a felony. Multiple felonies, actually. Forgery, fraud, identity theft of a deceased person. I can testify to all of this in court. My analysis will hold up." "Will you testify?" "Yes. You saved my son from a wrongful arrest 10 years ago. I owe you." Her voice softened. "And honestly, I hate men who abuse women and then try to steal from them. I will bury this guy." I thanked her and immediately called Marcus with the news. He was ecstatic. "This is huge, James. Combined with everything else we have, Brad is done. But we need more. We need to show a pattern of behavior. Not just one victim, but multiple." That is when Marcus told me about Calvin Brooks. Calvin was a private investigator, former Chicago cop who had left the force after a corruption scandal he had tried to expose got buried. He was good at his job and had no love for dirty cops or wealthy criminals who thought they were above the law. Marcus had hired him to investigate Carter's pawn and loan, specifically looking into Brad's business practices. "Calvin found something interesting," Marcus said. "Brad has been running a loan shark operation out of your pawn shop, lending money at 40 to 60% annual interest, way above legal limits, and threatening people who could not pay." "How many victims?" 15 that Calvin can confirm. Maybe more. Most of them are Black or Latino working-class people who needed emergency cash and did not know where else to turn. Brad targeted them specifically, knew they would not go to the police because they did not trust the system. My blood boiled. Brad had not just stolen my business, he had corrupted it, turned it into a tool for exploitation. My father had taught me that a pawn shop could be an honest business, a place where people in hard times could get help without judgment. Brad had turned it into a predator's den. "I want to talk to them, the victims. I will set it up, but James, these people are scared. Brad threatened them. Some of them have been assaulted by his guys. You need to handle this carefully." That afternoon, Marcus arranged for me to meet one of the victims, Tyrone Williams, 38 years old, electrician, father of 3. We met at a diner on the south side, the kind of place where nobody asked questions and everyone minded their own business. Tyrone was a big man, 6'3", heavily muscled from years of physical labor. But when he sat down across from me, I saw fear in his eyes. "Mr. Carter, I appreciate you trying to help, but I do not know if I can testify. Brad Morrison is a dangerous man." "I know. He put my daughter in the hospital, broke her ribs. But we can stop him if enough people are willing to stand up and tell the truth." Tyrone stirred his coffee, not drinking it. "I borrowed $5,000 from him in 2022. My daughter needed surgery. Insurance would not cover it. I was desperate. Brad said, 'No problem, easy terms, pay it back when I could.' What he did not tell me was the interest rate, 45% annual. I have paid him $12,000 so far, and according to him, I still owe $8,000. Did you sign a contract?" "Yeah, but I did not read it closely. I was panicking about my daughter." He slid the papers across the desk, pointed where to sign, and I signed. Stupid, I know, but when your kid is sick, you do not think straight. You are not stupid. Brad targeted you. He saw someone vulnerable and exploited it. That is on him, not you. I leaned forward. "Tyrone, will you testify?" "Tell the court what Brad did." "Man, I am scared. Brad has guys. Thugs. They came to my house last month. Said if I did not pay up, they would break my legs. I got 3 kids, Mr. Carter. I cannot afford to be crippled. I understand, but those thugs work for Brad because he pays them. If Brad is in prison, they have no reason to come after you, and Marcus can get you immunity. You will not face any charges for the loan, and Brad cannot sue you for the debt. Tyrone looked at me for a long moment. You really think you can beat him? A rich white guy with connections. I have beaten worse. And I have something Brad does not have. The truth. And people willing to tell it. I pulled out a business card, slid it across the table. Talk to Marcus. Hear what he has to say. Then decide. But Tyrone, there are 14 other people in your exact situation. If all of you testify, Brad does not stand a chance. Tyrone took the card, pocketed it. I will think about it. That is all I am asking. He left. I stayed at the diner, nursing my cold coffee, hoping I had gotten through to him. An hour later, Marcus called. Tyrone just contacted me. He is in. Said if you are willing to fight for your daughter, he can fight for his kids. We have our first loan shark victim willing to testify. By Thursday evening, Marcus had interviewed 6 more of Brad's loan victims. All of them agreed to testify in exchange for immunity and protection. The evidence was mounting, but we still needed more. We needed to prove Brad had a pattern of violence not just against Alicia, but against others. That is when Raymond Cole called. Raymond and I had been partners for 5 years back in the early 2000s. We had saved each other's lives more times than I could count. But when Lieutenant Morrison told the department to stay away from my case, Raymond had no choice but to comply. Officially. Unofficially, he was about to commit a serious breach of protocol, and he was doing it for me. James, I cannot officially help you. The lieutenant made that very clear. But hypothetically, if someone wanted to know about complaints filed against Brad Morrison, where would they look? Hypothetically. Brad has a file at the station. Complaints from 2019, 2021, and 2023. All assault charges. All dropped when the victims suddenly recanted their statements. Because Brad threatened them. That would be my guess. But the file proves a pattern of behavior. Shows this is not a one-time thing with Alicia. Brad has been doing this for years. Can you get me copies of that file? No. That would be theft of police records. I could lose my badge. Raymond paused. But hypothetically, if I was working late tomorrow night and needed to make some copies in the copier room and I got distracted and accidentally left some documents on the machine around 6 p.m., well, I cannot control who else might be in the building. I smiled. What floor is the copier room on? 3rd floor. Room 312. Building is pretty empty after 5:30 on Friday nights. Thank you, brother. I will not forget this. Just win, James. Win for Alicia. Win for every woman Brad has hurt. And maybe if we are lucky, win for the guys like me who are tired of watching corrupt cops protect their own. Friday at 6 p.m. I walked into Chicago Police Department headquarters wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. Signed in at the front desk as a visitor meeting with Detective Morris, a name I made up. The board security guard waved me through without checking. I took the elevator to the 3rd floor, found room 312, and walked in like I belonged there. The copier was running. A stack of papers sat on top. Raymond Cole was nowhere to be seen. I looked at the first page. Complaint filed against Brad Morrison, April 2019, by one Jessica Turner. Assault and battery, dropped 2 weeks later when Turner refused to cooperate. I flipped through the stack. 3 complaints total, all assault. All dropped. All women. I pulled out my phone, photographed every page, then left the documents exactly as I found them. Walked out of the building and drove straight to Marcus's office. Saturday morning, Marcus called an emergency meeting at his law office downtown. Present were myself, Alicia, Dr. Patricia Hughes, Angela Chen, who had driven in from Springfield, Stephanie Reynolds, who looked terrified but determined, Tyrone Williams representing the loan victims, and Marcus himself. Marcus stood at the head of the conference table, a massive whiteboard behind him covered in notes and timelines. He looked like a general preparing for battle, which in a way he was. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I want to walk you through what we have built over the past week. This is the case that will end Brad Morrison. He picked up a marker, began writing on the board. First, medical evidence. Dr. Hughes, you have documented 47 separate injuries on Alicia. X-rays showing 2 cracked ribs. A medical report stating unequivocally that these injuries are consistent with repeated domestic violence over an extended period. You are prepared to testify? Patricia nodded. I am, and I have submitted my report to the Cook County District Attorney's Office. They are reviewing it for criminal charges. Excellent. Second, threatening communications. James, you have preserved 23 text messages from Brad to Alicia, including explicit threats against you and coercion to sign over property. Correct. Correct. I had the phone data backed up by a forensic IT specialist. Brad cannot claim they were fabricated. Good. Third, forged documents. Angela, you have analyzed the property transfer signature and determined it is fraudulent. Angela stood up, pushing her glasses up her nose. 100% fraudulent. I can testify to the ink analysis, the pressure point discrepancies, and the fact that the supposed witness was deceased at the time of signing. This is ironclad forgery. Fourth, Marcus continued, bigamy. Stephanie, you have provided a marriage certificate showing you and Brad were married in Las Vegas on March 15, 2023, while he was still legally married to Alicia. This is a federal crime carrying up to 5 years in prison. Stephanie nodded, tears in her eyes. I have the certificate. It is real. I verified it with the Clark County Clerk's office in Nevada. Fifth, pattern of abuse. James obtained police reports showing 3 previous assault complaints against Brad. All dropped but all documented. This proves Alicia is not an isolated incident. Brad has been violent for years. And sixth, Marcus said, his voice rising with excitement, illegal loan operations. Tyrone, you and 6 others are prepared to testify that Brad ran a loan shark business with interest rates up to 60% annually, well above Illinois' legal limit of 9%, combined with threats of violence for non-payment. Tyrone cleared his throat. Yes, sir. Me and the others, we are ready to tell the truth. Marcus set down the marker, faced the room. This is what we have. Medical evidence, threatening texts, forged documents, bigamy, pattern of abuse, illegal loans, 6 separate criminal cases, all pointing to the same man. Brad Morrison is not just an abuser. He is a career criminal who thought he was too smart to get caught. When is the hearing? Alicia asked quietly. Monday morning, 9 a.m., Cook County Courthouse, Judge Harold Stevens presiding. He is fair James. I have argued cases before him. He does not care about money or connections. He cares about evidence, and we have evidence coming out of our ears. What if Brad runs? I asked. He has money. He could flee the country. Already handled. I filed an emergency motion Thursday. Judge Stevens issued an order flagging Brad's passport. If he tries to leave the country, he will be detained at the airport. He is trapped, and he does not even know it yet. Marcus looked around the room at the faces staring back at him. Survivors, victims, fighters. This is it. Monday we end him, but I need to know you are all ready. This is going to be brutal. Brad's lawyer will attack each of you, call you liars, try to discredit your testimony. You need to be strong. I am ready, Alicia said. Her voice was steady, stronger than I had heard it in weeks. We are all ready, Patricia added. The others nodded in agreement. Marcus smiled. Then let us go to war. I stood up, walked over to Alicia, placed my hand on her shoulder. You ready, baby girl? She looked up at me, and I saw something in her eyes I had not seen since before Brad came into her life. Determination, fire, hope. I am ready, Daddy. Monday morning could not come fast enough. Monday morning arrived with the weight of inevitability. I woke at 5 a.m. showered, dressed in my one good suit, the charcoal gray one I had worn to my wife's funeral 5 years ago. It still fit, though the jacket pulled a bit tight across the shoulders. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, straightening my tie, and barely recognized the man staring back. 77 years old. Gray hair, deep lines carved into dark skin by decades of stress and sun. Eyes that had seen too much violence, too much injustice. But today, those eyes burned with purpose. Alicia was already awake when I came downstairs. She sat at the kitchen table in a modest navy blue dress, her hands wrapped around a mug of tea she had not touched. The bruises on her face had faded to yellow-green, but they were still visible. Good. Let the judge see what Brad had done. You ready? I asked, pouring myself coffee. No, but I am going anyway. She looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. Daddy, what if they do not believe me? What if Brad's lawyer makes me look like I am lying? Then Marcus will fix it. That is what he does. He destroys liars. I sat down across from her. Baby girl, you just tell the truth. That is all you have to do. The truth is on our side. We left the house at 7:30, picked up Marcus at his office, and drove downtown to the Cook County Courthouse. The building was massive, intimidating by design, all concrete and glass rising into the gray Chicago sky. We parked in the underground garage and took the elevator to the 5th floor. Courtroom 506. I had testified in this room a dozen times during my career, had watched guilty men walk free because of technicalities and innocent people get convicted because they could not afford good lawyers. The justice system was imperfect, broken in places, but it was what we had, and today I prayed it would work. Judge Harold Stevens was already on the bench when we arrived, 65 years old, white, with a shock of silver hair and reading glasses perched on his nose. Stevens had a reputation for being tough but fair. He did not care if you were rich or poor, black or white. He cared about evidence and the law. That was all we could ask for. The courtroom was packed. I recognized some faces from our church pastor Eugene sitting in the second row giving us a supportive nod. Dr. Patricia Hughes sat near the front, her medical bag beside her. Angela Chen was there looking professional in a gray pantsuit. Stephanie Reynolds sat alone in the back, her hands clasped in her lap, looking like she might bolt at any moment. On the other side of the aisle, Brad's supporters filled 3 rows, mostly white, mostly well-dressed, the kind of people who belonged to country clubs and donated to political campaigns. Deacon Williams from our church was among them. I caught his eye and he looked away quickly. Coward. And there at the defendant's table sat Brad Morrison. He wore a navy suit tailored perfectly to his frame, a red power tie, his sandy brown hair slicked back with gel. He looked confident, relaxed, even like this was just another business meeting, like he had not a care in the world. Next to him sat Richard Valdivia, his lawyer, a man with a reputation for getting guilty clients acquitted through sheer force of personality and legal maneuvering. Alicia, Marcus, and I took our seats at the plaintiff's table. Marcus opened his briefcase, pulled out thick folders of documents, arranged them precisely. He moved with the calm efficiency of a surgeon preparing for a complex operation. This was what he did. This was his battlefield. Judge Stevens banged his gavel. All rise, the Cook County Circuit Court is now in session. Case number 2025-CV-4782, Alicia Carter Morrison versus Brad Morrison. Counsel, are both parties ready to proceed? Ready for the plaintiff, Your Honor, Marcus said. Ready for the defendant, Your Honor. Valdivia replied, his voice smooth as oil. Very well, Mr. Valdivia, you may present your opening statement. Valdivia stood, buttoned his jacket, and walked to the center of the courtroom. He had presence, I had to give him that. The kind of commanding energy that made juries pay attention. Your Honor, members of the court, this case is indeed a tragedy, but it is not the tragedy that the plaintiff would have you believe. Valdivia gestured toward Alicia with what looked like genuine sympathy. My client, Brad Morrison, has been a devoted husband for 10 years. He built a successful business from the ground up. He donated generously to local charities. He loved his wife deeply. I felt my jaw clench. Marcus placed a hand on my arm under the table. Stay calm. Let him talk. But from the very beginning of this marriage, Brad faced hostility. From whom? From his father-in-law, James Carter. Valdivia turned pointed directly at me. Mr. Carter never accepted this marriage. And why? Because Brad Morrison is white and Alicia Morrison is black. Mr. Carter could not tolerate the idea of his daughter marrying outside her race. He has spent 10 years trying to sabotage their relationship, to poison Alicia against her husband, to destroy their union. Whispers rippled through Brad's supporters. Pastor Eugene stood up, opened his mouth to object, but Judge Stevens held up a hand. Order. Continue, Mr. Valdivia. The alleged abuse accidents. Mrs. Morrison, through no fault of her own, is somewhat accident-prone. She fell down the stairs. She tripped over furniture. These things happen. But her father, a former police officer with decades of experience manipulating crime scenes, has twisted these accidents into something sinister. The threatening text messages the plaintiff claims to have taken completely out of context. Private communications between a husband and wife during an argument, nothing more. Valdivia walked back to the defense table, placed a hand on Brad's shoulder. Brad looked up at him with grateful eyes, playing the role of the wronged husband perfectly. Your Honor, what we have here is not a case of domestic violence. What we have is a vindictive father using the court system to settle a racial grudge, to destroy a good man's reputation, to steal his business. James Carter wants what Brad Morrison has built, and he is using his daughter as a weapon to get it. Valdivia sat down. The defense asks that you see through this transparent fraud and dismiss these baseless charges. The courtroom erupted in murmurs. Brad's supporters nodded approvingly. I sat frozen, hands clenched into fists under the table. Every word out of Valdivia's mouth had been a lie, a carefully constructed narrative designed to make Brad the victim and me the villain. And from the expressions on some faces in the gallery, it was working. Judge Stevens banged his gavel. "Order, Mr. Jefferson, your opening statement." Marcus stood slowly, deliberately. He did not rush to the center of the courtroom. He walked with measured steps, letting the silence build. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet but carried to every corner of the room. "Your Honor, Mr. Valdivia has just told you a fairy tale, a story about a good man wrongly accused, a story about a racist father trying to destroy his son-in-law. It is a compelling story. It is also a complete lie. Let me tell you the truth." Marcus turned to face the gallery, making eye contact with Brad's supporters. On February 17th, 2025, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Alicia Morrison collapsed at her father's doorstep. She had 2 cracked ribs, 47 documented bruises covering her torso, arms, and legs, a split lip that required stitches, and an eye so swollen she could barely see out of it. He let that sink in. The courtroom was dead silent now. This was not an accident. This was not a woman who tripped and fell. This was attempted murder, and the man who did it is sitting right there. Marcus pointed at Brad. Brad Morrison is not a victim of racism. He is a predator. For 2 years, he systematically beat his wife. He threatened to kill her father if she told anyone. He used his position, his money, and his white privilege to convince everyone around him that he was the good guy, the pillar of the community, the generous donor, the loving husband. It was all a mask. Marcus walked closer to the defense table. Brad stared straight ahead, refusing to make eye contact. But that is not all Brad Morrison did. While he was beating his wife, he was also stealing from her. He forged legal documents to transfer ownership of a $2.4 million business out of her family and into his name. He used a dead man's signature as a witness, a man who had been deceased for 3 years. That is not just fraud, that is criminal forgery. Gasps from the gallery. Even some of Brad's supporters looked shocked. And while he was stealing and beating, Brad Morrison was also cheating. He married another woman in Las Vegas while still legally married to Alicia. That is bigamy, a federal crime carrying up to 5 years in prison. Marcus pulled out a document, held it up. "We have the marriage certificate. It is real. It is notarized. It is dated March 15th, 2023. More gasps. Stephanie Reynolds lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. But wait, there is more. Brad Morrison also ran an illegal loan shark operation out of the business he stole, lending money at interest rates of 40 to 60% annually, threatening borrowers with violence if they could not pay, extorting 15 people that we know of, probably more." Marcus walked back to our table, placed the document down, and turned to face Judge Stevens. "Your Honor, this man is not a husband. He is not a businessman. He is a career criminal who thought he was too smart, too connected, too wealthy to ever face consequences. Today, we are going to prove him wrong. We have medical evidence, we have text messages, we have forged documents, we have a bigamy certificate, we have victims willing to testify. We have everything we need to put Brad Morrison behind bars where he belongs." Marcus sat down. The silence in the courtroom was deafening. I glanced across the aisle. Brad's face was red, his jaw clenched so tight I thought his teeth might crack. Valdivia whispered urgently in his ear, but Brad just shook his head. Judge Stevens adjusted his glasses. "Mr. Jefferson, call your first witness." The plaintiff calls Dr. Patricia Hughes. Patricia stood, walked to the witness stand with the confidence of someone who had testified in court hundreds of times. She placed her hand on the Bible, swore to tell the truth, and sat down. Marcus approached with a warm smile. "Dr. Hughes, please state your credentials for the court." "I am a medical doctor board certified in emergency medicine. I also spent 15 years as a forensic pathologist for the Chicago Police Department before transitioning to emergency room work. I have examined over 10,000 assault victims during my career." "Thank you, doctor. Were you on duty at Chicago Mercy Hospital on the morning of February 17th? "I was." "And did you treat a patient named Alicia Morrison that morning?" "Yes, she arrived at approximately 1:45 a.m. with her father. She presented with severe trauma." "Can you describe the injuries you observed?" Patricia pulled out a folder, opened it. Medical photographs. Even from across the room I could see the images of Alicia's battered body. Mrs. Morrison had 2 cracked ribs on her left side, specifically ribs 7 and 8. She had extensive bruising on her abdomen, back, and thighs. Her left eye was swollen shut. Her lip was split and required 4 stitches. She also had defensive wounds on her arms, indicating she had attempted to protect herself. In your expert medical opinion, could these injuries have resulted from a fall down the stairs? Absolutely not. Why not? The injury pattern is completely inconsistent with a fall. Falls typically result in injuries on one side of the body where impact occurred. Mrs. Morrison had injuries on both sides of her body, front and back. The bruises were also in various stages of healing. Some were fresh purple and red. Others were yellow and green, indicating they were weeks old. This is consistent with repeated blunt force trauma over an extended period. How many separate incidents would you estimate? Based on the bruise aging, I would estimate at least 10 to 15 separate assaults over a 6 to 12-month period. Valdivia shot to his feet. Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. Dr. Hughes cannot possibly know how many incidents occurred. Judge Stevens looked at Patricia. Doctor, are you speculating, or is this based on medical evidence? It is based on medical evidence, Your Honor. Bruises change color as they heal. Fresh bruises are red or purple. After 3 to 5 days, they turn blue or black. After 7 to 10 days, they turn yellow or green. Mrs. Morrison had bruises in all of these stages. That is not speculation. That is forensic science. Objection overruled. Continue, Mr. Jefferson. Marcus smiled. Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions. Valdivia stood for cross-examination. He approached the witness stand with a condescending smirk. Dr. Hughes, you mentioned that Mrs. Morrison is, quote, accident-prone. Is not it possible that these injuries accumulated over time through various unrelated accidents? No. Why not? Because the injuries follow a pattern. They are concentrated on areas of the body typically targeted in domestic violence. The ribs, the abdomen, the face. An accident-prone person would have injuries on the knees, shins, elbows. Mrs. Morrison had none of those. But you cannot say with absolute certainty how each individual injury occurred, can you? I can say with medical certainty that these injuries were inflicted intentionally by another person using blunt force. Whether it was a fist, a foot, or an object, I cannot say, but this was not an accident. This was assault. Valdivia's smirk faded. No further questions. Patricia stepped down. As she passed our table, she gave Alicia's shoulder a gentle squeeze. First witness done, and we had landed a devastating blow. The medical evidence was ironclad. Now we just had to keep building the case brick by brick until Brad Morrison's lies crumbled into dust. The courtroom felt different after Dr. Hughes stepped down. Heavier somehow, like the air itself had thickened with anticipation. Everyone knew what was coming next. The victim's testimony. The moment when Alicia would have to face her abuser and tell her story in front of a room full of strangers. I watched my daughter sitting beside Marcus, her hands folded in her lap, knuckles white from gripping her fingers together so tightly. Marcus stood, straightened his tie, and said the words I had been dreading and hoping for in equal measure. The plaintiff calls Alicia Carter Morrison to the stand. For a moment, nothing happened. Alicia sat frozen, staring straight ahead. Then she took a breath, deep and shaky, and began to rise. Her legs trembled. I reached out, caught her hand, squeezed it tight. "You can do this," I whispered. "I am right here." She nodded, pulled her hand free gently, and walked toward the witness stand. Every step looked like it took tremendous effort, like she was walking through deep water. The bailiff held out the Bible. Alicia placed her left hand on it, raised her right. "Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?" "I do." Her voice was barely audible. She sat down in the witness chair. It was positioned so she faced the entire courtroom, faced Brad. I saw her eyes move to him involuntarily, saw her entire body tense. Brad stared back at her with cold calculation, the faintest hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A smile that said, "You belong to me." A smile that said, "You will not do this." Alicia's breath hitched. Then she turned her head sharply, looked instead at Marcus, focused on him, blocked Brad out. Good girl, I thought. Do not give him power. Marcus approached the witness stand slowly, his movements careful and non-threatening. He had explained to us beforehand that trauma victims sometimes shut down under pressure. He needed to keep Alicia calm, keep her talking. Good morning, Alicia. I know this is difficult, but I am just going to ask you some questions. Take your time with your answers. There is no rush. Okay. Alicia's hands gripped the armrests of the chair. Let's start at the beginning. When did Brad first hit you? The question hung in the air. Alicia closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, tears were already forming. April 2023, 2 years ago. Almost exactly 2 years ago. Can you tell us what happened that day? He came home late, after midnight. I had been waiting up for him because he said he would be home for dinner, and he never came. When he walked in, I could smell perfume on him. Women's perfume, not mine. Alicia's voice cracked. I asked him where he had been, who he had been with. What did he say? He said it was none of my business, called me a bitch, told me to stop being paranoid and jealous. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. I told him I had a right to know where my husband was until 1 a.m, and that is when he hit me. How did he hit you? He slapped me across the face, hard. I fell against the kitchen counter, hit my hip on the edge. I just stood there shocked. We had been married for 8 years at that point, and he had never touched me like that. Never. Marcus nodded, made a note. What happened after he hit you? I started crying, asked him why he did that. He just looked at me for a minute, then walked upstairs to the bedroom. I slept on the couch that night. Alicia took a shaky breath. The next morning he came downstairs with flowers, said he was sorry, that he had been drinking and work was stressful, and he did not mean it. He promised it would never happen again. Did you believe him? I wanted to. I loved him. Or I thought I did. So yes, I believed him. But it did happen again. Yes. The word was barely a whisper. It got worse. At first it was just when he was drunk. Then it was when he was stressed. Then it was when dinner was not ready on time. When I questioned where he was going. When I talked to my father on the phone. Any little thing could set him off. Marcus walked closer to the witness stand. Alicia, I need you to tell us about February 17th of this year. Can you do that? Alicia nodded. She looked up at the ceiling, blinking back tears. When she spoke, her voice was stronger, like she had found some reserve of courage buried deep inside. Brad came home around 10:30 that night. He was drunk. I could tell from the way he walked, the way he talked. He had been drinking a lot lately, more than usual. He sat down at the kitchen table and pulled out some papers, legal documents. He told me I needed to sign them. What were the documents? A transfer of ownership for Carter's pawn and loan, the business my father built, the one Brad was supposed to help manage. The papers said I was transferring my share of ownership to Brad. Did you own a share of the business? Alicia shook her head. I did not think so. I thought my father owned most of it and Brad had a small piece. But Brad told me I was wrong. He said I had inherited a 51% share when my mother died and that it was time to make things official. Time to put everything in his name. What did you do? I refused. I told him that was my father's business, that it was supposed to be my inheritance, that I could not just give it away, that I needed to talk to Daddy first. Alicia's hands were shaking now. Brad got very angry. He stood up so fast his chair fell over. He said I did not need to talk to anyone, that the business was rightfully his, that he had built it up, made it profitable, and I was just dead weight. Marcus's voice was gentle. What happened next? He grabbed me, pulled me up out of my chair by my arm, started yelling in my face, telling me I was stupid, worthless, that the only reason he married me was to get the business, that he never loved me. Alicia was crying openly now, but she kept talking. I tried to pull away from him, told him he was hurting me. He just squeezed harder. Then he punched me in the stomach. The courtroom was completely silent. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I fell, could not breathe. He kicked me in the ribs while I was on the ground, kicked me twice. I heard something crack. The pain was so bad I thought I was going to pass out. I just laid there on the kitchen floor gasping, and he stood over me with these papers in his hand. He said if I did not sign them, he would kill my father. He would make it look like an accident, and no one would ever know. What did you do? I signed. Alicia's voice broke. I signed because I was terrified he would hurt Daddy. I signed because I could not breathe and I was in so much pain I could barely think. I signed because I just wanted him to stop. And after you signed, he looked at the papers, made sure my signature was on all the right places. Then he just laughed, said, "Now you are useless." He told me to get out of his house. I said it was my house too. He grabbed me by the hair, dragged me to the front door, and shoved me outside. It was almost midnight. I did not have my purse, did not have my phone at first. He threw it at me, hit me in the face with it, told me if I went to the police he would know, and he would make sure my father had an accident. "Where did you go?" "I drove to my father's house. I did not know where else to go. I just knew I needed my daddy. I needed someone who could keep me safe." Alicia looked directly at me for the first time since taking the stand. I collapsed on his doorstep, and he saved me. Marcus nodded, his expression somber. "Thank you, Alicia. I know how hard that was. I have no further questions." He returned to our table. Now came the part we had all been dreading. Cross-examination. Richard Valdivia stood, buttoned his jacket, and approached the witness stand with the demeanor of a shark circling wounded prey. "Mrs. Morrison, I am sorry for what you have been through. Truly." His voice oozed fake sympathy. "But I have to ask you some difficult questions. You understand?" Alicia nodded, wiping her eyes. "You testified that my client abused you for 2 years. 2 full years. During that time you never called the police, never told your father, never sought help from anyone. Why?" "I was scared." "Scared of what?" "Scared of Brad. Scared of what he would do to me if I told anyone. Scared of what he would do to my father, Mrs. Morrison, are you not also scared of losing your comfortable lifestyle? The house, the cars, the money?" Valdivia's tone sharpened. "Is not it possible you are not scared of my client, but scared of being poor?" Marcus shot to his feet. "Objection, counsel is badgering the witness." Judge Stevens frowned. "Sustained. Mr. Valdivia, rephrase your question or move on." Valdivia nodded, shifted tactics. "You claim Brad forced you to sign over the business, but Mrs. Morrison, you are 42 years old, a grown woman, an accountant by profession. Surely you know that signing a legal document under duress is invalid. Why did not you simply refuse? I told you, he threatened to kill my father. Or perhaps you signed willingly because you wanted out of the marriage and you wanted to make sure Brad was taken care of financially. Then you regretted it when you realized how much the business was worth. That is not true. Is not it my—" Valdivia pulled out a document, showed it to the judge, then to Alicia. "This is your bank statement from January of this year. You had $17 in your checking account, $17, and credit card debt totaling $43,000. You were drowning financially, were not you?" Alicia's face flushed. "Brad controlled the money. He gave me an allowance. If I spent more than he approved, he got angry. That is why I had debt. Or perhaps you saw an opportunity. Your father owns a $2.4 million business. You and Brad have a failing marriage, so you concoct a story about abuse, forge some text messages, and suddenly you stand to inherit everything while Brad gets nothing. Is that not what really happened?" "No, that is not true. None of that is true." Alicia was crying hard now, her whole body shaking. "Mrs. Morrison, is not it true that you are lying about the abuse to steal from my client?" "Objection." Marcus was on his feet again. "Your Honor, this is outrageous. Counsel is accusing the victim of fabricating evidence with no basis in fact." Overruled. The witness will answer the question. "No," Alicia sobbed. "I am not lying. Everything I said is true. Brad beat me. He terrorized me. He stole from my family. Everything I said is true." Valdivia smiled coldly. "No further questions, Your Honor." He returned to his table, looking satisfied. Brad leaned over, whispered something in his ear. Both men nodded. They thought they had scored points, thought they had made Alicia look like a liar and a gold digger. But I looked at Judge Stevens. His expression was stone. He was not buying it. Not for a second. Alicia stepped down from the witness stand, barely able to walk. Marcus tried to steady her, but she pushed past him, stumbled to our table. I stood, caught her, pulled her into my arms. She sobbed into my shoulder, her whole body convulsing with the force of her tears. "I did it, Daddy. I told the truth." "You did so good, baby girl. So good. I am so proud of you." Judge Stevens banged his gavel. "We will take a 30-minute recess. Court will reconvene at 11:15. He stood, his robes swishing as he exited through the door behind the bench. The courtroom erupted in conversation. Brad's supporters whispered among themselves, some looking uncertain now. Pastor Eugene came over, placed a hand on my shoulder. "That took courage. Tell Alicia she is a warrior." I held my daughter while she cried while Marcus packed up his notes while the courtroom slowly emptied for the break. And I thought about how far we had come, how much further we still had to go. But for now, for this moment, Alicia had spoken her truth. And that was enough. The 30-minute recess felt like 30 seconds. I spent most of it in the hallway with Alicia, who had finally stopped crying but looked completely drained. Marcus paced back and forth, phone pressed to his ear, coordinating with witnesses. When the bailiff called us back into the courtroom, I helped Alicia to her feet and we returned to our seats. Judge Stevens took the bench at exactly 11:30. He was nothing if not punctual. "Mr. Jefferson, call your next witness." Marcus stood, and I saw the slightest hint of a smile cross his face. This was the moment he had been waiting for. "The plaintiff calls Stephanie Reynolds." The reaction was immediate. Brad's face, which had been flushed with confidence during Alicia's cross-examination, went pale. All the color drained out of it like someone had pulled a plug. He leaned over to Valdivia, whispered urgently. I was too far away to hear the words, but I could read his lips. "She won't do it. She won't testify. She loves me." But Stephanie Reynolds stood up from the back row where she had been sitting, clutching her purse like it was a shield. She walked down the center aisle, every eye in the courtroom following her. She wore a simple gray dress, minimal makeup, her blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. She looked young, vulnerable, scared. Valdivia shot to his feet before she even reached the witness stand. "Your Honor, I object. This witness is completely irrelevant to the matter at hand. This is a case about alleged domestic violence between Mr. Morrison and his wife. Ms. Reynolds has no bearing on..." Overruled. Judge Stevens did not even look up from the papers in front of him. "Ms. Reynolds has been called as a character witness. She may testify. Proceed, Mr. Jefferson." Stephanie placed her hand on the Bible, swore to tell the truth, and sat down in the witness chair. Her hands trembled. She folded them in her lap to try to hide it, but I could see. She was terrified. And yet, she was here. That took courage. Marcus approached gently, his voice soft. "Ms. Reynolds, thank you for being here. I know this is not easy. Let's start with a simple question. How do you know Brad Morrison?" Stephanie took a breath. "We dated. For about 2 years. 2 years. That is a significant relationship. Were you aware during this time that Brad was married?" "Not at first, no. He told me he was divorced, that his ex-wife was bitter and trying to make his life difficult, but the marriage was over. I had no reason not to believe him." "When did you learn the truth?" "October 2024. Last October. I was in his car looking for my phone. I found his wedding ring in the glove compartment, a gold band with an inscription inside, 2 initials and a date. It was clearly a wedding ring." Stephanie's voice was steady now, gaining strength. "When I asked him about it, he said it was from his previous marriage, that he kept it for sentimental reasons. Did you believe him?" Stephanie paused. "I wanted to, but something felt wrong, so I looked him up online, found his Facebook page. There were photos of him and Alicia from 2024, recent photos, at a charity event, at a restaurant. They looked very much like a married couple. That is when I knew he had lied." "What did Brad say when you confronted him with this evidence?" "He said the photos were old, that Facebook had misdated them. Then he changed his story and said yes, he was still technically married but only on paper, that Alicia was crazy and abusive, that he was afraid to leave her because she might hurt herself or hurt him. He made it sound like he was the victim." Stephanie looked directly at Brad. "I believed him. God help me, I believed him." Marcus nodded. "And now, do you still believe that?" "Now I know the truth. He was the abuser, not her. Everything he told me was a lie." Brad was gripping the edge of the table so hard his knuckles were white. Valdivia put a hand on his arm, trying to calm him, but Brad shook it off. Marcus walked back to our table, picked up a document. "Ms. Reynolds, I need to ask you something very important. Did Brad Morrison ever propose to you?" The courtroom went completely still. Even the court reporter stopped typing for a second, looking up in anticipation. "Yes." The word was barely audible. "I'm sorry, could you speak up for the court?" "Yes. He proposed to me in February of 2023. "And what did you say, Banya?" "I said yes." "Did you and Brad Morrison get married?" Stephanie's eyes filled with tears. "Yes. We got married on March 15th, 2023, in Las Vegas." The courtroom erupted. Gasps, exclamations, the sound of people shifting in their seats. Brad stood up, his face red with rage. "She is lying. Your Honor, she is lying." Judge Stevens banged his gavel hard. "Mr. Morrison, sit down immediately, or I will have you removed from this courtroom." "But she's—" "Sit down." The judge's voice was ice. Brad sat, but I could see him shaking. Valdivia looked like he wanted to crawl under the table. This was not in his game plan. This was a nuclear bomb dropped right in the middle of his defense. Marcus continued, his voice calm and measured. "Ms. Reynolds, do you have proof of this marriage?" "Yes." Stephanie reached into her purse with trembling hands, pulled out a folded document. "The marriage certificate. From Clark County, Nevada." Marcus took it, examined it, then handed it to the bailiff, who brought it to Judge Stevens. The judge put on his reading glasses, studied the document carefully. The silence in the courtroom was absolute. You could have heard a pin drop. "This appears to be a legitimate marriage certificate," Judge Stevens said finally. "Issued by the state of Nevada, signed by a licensed officiant, witnessed and notarized." He looked at Brad. "Mr. Morrison, were you aware of this document?" Brad said nothing. Valdivia stood. "Your Honor, my client was under the impression that the ceremony was symbolic, not legally binding." "Symbolic." Marcus's voice cut through the courtroom like a knife. "Your Honor, Brad Morrison married Stephanie Reynolds on March 15, 2023, while he was still legally married to Alicia Morrison. That is bigamy, a violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 1344, a federal crime punishable by up to 5 years in prison." The courtroom erupted again. Judge Stevens had to bang his gavel 3 times to restore order. "We will address the bigamy charge separately. For now, continue your examination, Mr. Jefferson." Marcus turned back to Stephanie. "Ms. Reynolds, I have to ask, why are you here today? Why are you testifying against someone you clearly cared about?" Stephanie wiped her eyes. "Because Brad hurt me too, and if I do not speak up, he will keep hurting people. He will find another woman, tell her the same lies, and destroy her life the way he destroyed mine and Alicia's." "How did he hurt you?" "He borrowed $15,000 from me, said it was for business inventory, that he would pay me back in a month. That never happened. When I asked for my money, he got angry, said I was being selfish and greedy, that he would pay me back when he felt like it." "Did he ever become violent with you?" Stephanie nodded. "Once. 3 months ago. I needed money for rent. I told him I had to have at least some of the money back or I would be evicted. He grabbed my arm, twisted it behind my back until I thought it would break. He said, 'You will get your money when I say so. Now shut up about it.'" "Do you have proof of this?" "I took photos of the bruises, and I have bank records showing the wire transfers. $15,000 on October 10th, 2024. Stephanie reached into her purse again, pulled out her phone. "I also kept the text messages where he promised to pay me back. He never did." Marcus took the phone, asked permission to submit it as evidence. Judge Stevens granted it. "Ms. Reynolds, thank you for your courage. I know this was not easy. I have no further questions." Valdivia stood for cross-examination, but he looked defeated before he even started. "Ms. Reynolds, is it not true that you pursued my client, that you knew he was married, and you did not care?" "No, that is not true." "You expect this court to believe you had no idea he was married for 2 years. "He lied to me. He was very good at lying. I am sure Alicia can tell you the same thing." Valdivia tried a few more questions, attempting to paint Stephanie as a gold digger, a liar, a scorned mistress, making up stories for revenge. But Stephanie did not break. She answered every question calmly, consistently. Her story never changed. And with the marriage certificate sitting in evidence, there was no denying the core truth. Brad Morrison had committed bigamy. When Valdivia finally gave up and sat down, Stephanie stepped off the witness stand. She walked past Brad without looking at him. He stared at her with pure hatred in his eyes, but she kept walking. Walked right out of the courtroom. I hoped she would be okay. Hoped she could rebuild her life after this. Judge Stevens looked at the clock. "It is now 12:15. We will break for lunch. Court will reconvene at 1:30. He turned to Brad. "Mr. Morrison, in light of the testimony just given and the evidence presented, I am issuing a federal warrant for your arrest on charges of bigamy. You will be detained during the lunch recess. Bailiff." 2 bailiffs approached the defense table. Brad looked at Valdivia in panic. "Do something." "I cannot do anything about a federal warrant," Valdivia said quietly. "You should have told me about the second marriage." I did not think it counted we were drunk. It counted. Valdivia started packing up his briefcase. And now you are in much bigger trouble than a restraining order. The bailiffs placed handcuffs on Brad Morrison's wrists. He struggled for a moment, then seemed to realize it was futile. As they led him out of the courtroom through a side door, he looked back at me. Not at Alicia, not at Marcus. At me. And the look in his eyes was pure malice. But I did not care. Because we were winning. Every witness, every piece of evidence, every moment of this trial was proving what I had known from the start. Brad Morrison was a monster. And monsters belonged in cages. The courtroom emptied slowly. Alicia leaned against me, exhausted. Is it over, Daddy? Not yet, baby girl, but we are getting close. And we are winning. Marcus came over, a rare smile on his face. That went better than I expected. The bigamy charge was our ace in the hole, but I was not sure Stephanie would actually show up. She did, and she was incredible. What happens now? Now we eat lunch, then we come back and finish this. We still have Angela Chen to testify about the forged documents, and we have Tyrone Williams to talk about the loan shark operation. By the time we are done, Brad Morrison will not have a leg to stand on. We left the courthouse, found a small diner nearby, ordered food none of us really wanted to eat. But we needed fuel, needed to stay strong, because the war was not over yet. And I had a feeling the afternoon session was going to get even uglier before Brad finally went down for good. We returned to the courthouse at 1:15 minutes before court was scheduled to resume. I needed that time to prepare myself mentally. Marcus had warned me that taking the stand would be difficult, that Valdivia would try to paint me as a racist, vindictive old man who had manipulated his daughter and the legal system to destroy his innocent son-in-law. I needed to stay calm, needed to stick to the facts, needed to remember that I had the truth on my side. At 1:30 sharp, Judge Stevens took the bench. Brad was brought back into the courtroom in handcuffs, which were removed once he sat down at the defense table. He looked different now. The confidence was gone. His suit was wrinkled. His hair was mussed. Being arrested during lunch recess had shaken him. Good. Mr. Jefferson, call your next witness, Judge Stevens said. Marcus stood. The plaintiff calls James William Carter. I rose from my seat, straightened my jacket. I had worn my old police uniform today. Not the everyday uniform, but the dress blues I had worn to award ceremonies and funerals. The jacket still fit, though it was tight across the shoulders. The brass buttons gleamed. The badge over my heart caught the light. I wanted Judge Stevens to see me not just as a father, but as a man who had spent 35 years upholding the law, a man who understood justice. I walked to the witness stand, placed my hand on the Bible, and swore to tell the truth. As I sat down, I could feel Brad's eyes boring into me, hatred radiating from him like heat. But I did not look at him. I looked at Judge Stevens. This was between me and the law now. Marcus approached, giving me an encouraging nod. Mr. Carter, please tell the court about your background. I served the Chicago Police Department for 35 years. Started as a patrol officer in 1975, worked my way up to detective, spent the last 20 years in the homicide division, retired in 2015 with full honors. That is an impressive career. And your relationship with Alicia Morrison. She is my only child. My wife Alicia's mother died 5 years ago from cancer. Alicia is all I have left in this world. My voice caught slightly on those words. It was the truth. After my wife passed, Alicia became everything to me. How did you feel when Alicia married Brad Morrison? I paused. This was important. I needed to be honest. Honestly, I had doubts from the beginning. Why? Brad was smooth. Too smooth. He said all the right things, made all the right gestures, but something felt off. In my 35 years as a cop, I learned to read people, to see when someone is being genuine and when they are performing. Brad felt like a performance. But you allowed the marriage to proceed. Of course. Alicia loved him. Or she thought she did. And I wanted my daughter to be happy. So I gave him a chance. Gave him the benefit of the doubt. I thought maybe I was being an overprotective father. Maybe I was seeing problems that were not there. Marcus nodded. You even gave Brad a stake in your business. Carter's Pawn and Loan. Can you tell us about that? When Alicia and Brad got married, I wanted to make Brad feel like part of the family. I transferred 49% ownership of my pawn shop to him as a wedding gift. The business was worth about 1.8 million at the time. It was a significant gift. I wanted him to have skin in the game, to care about the family legacy. That was very generous. It was strategic. I looked directly at Judge Stevens. I wanted to see what Brad would do with responsibility, whether he would build something or tear it down. Marcus walked closer to the stand. Mr. Carter, let's talk about the current ownership of Carter's Pawn and Loan. Who owns that business right now? I do. Not Brad Morrison? No. Can you explain the ownership structure? When I gave Brad 49%, I retained 51% for myself. Controlling interest. That means I still make all final decisions about the business. I still have ultimate ownership. Why did you keep the controlling share? I turned and looked at Brad for the first time since taking the stand. He stared back at me with pure venom. Because I did not trust him. My gut told me something was wrong. So I protected myself, protected my daughter's future. I gave Brad enough to feel invested, but not enough to take over. Marcus picked up a document from our table. Mr. Carter, we have seen a document in which Alicia supposedly transferred her share of the business to Brad. Is that transfer valid? No. Why not? Because Alicia does not own any share of the business. She never has. The ownership is split between me and Brad. 51% to me, 49% to him, 0% to Alicia. She cannot transfer something she does not own. The courtroom erupted in whispers. I saw several of Brad's supporters shift uncomfortably. This was the revelation we had been building toward. Marcus continued. So when Brad Morrison forced Alicia to sign that transfer document, it was worthless. Completely worthless. He might as well have had her sign a napkin. But Brad believed the transfer was legitimate. Yes, because I let him believe that Alicia owned 51% and I owned 49%. It was a lie of omission, but it was intentional. Mr. Carter, do you still own 51% of Carter's Pawn and Loan? Yes. And what is the business currently worth? According to an appraisal conducted last year, approximately $2.4 million. Brad shot to his feet, handcuffs or no handcuffs. That is my business. I built that, I made it profitable. You cannot just... Judge Stevens banged his gavel so hard I thought he might break it. Mr. Morrison, sit down immediately or you will be held in contempt of court. But he is stealing from me. Brad's face was scarlet veins bulging in his neck. Sit down. Now. Judge Stevens's voice was ice cold. Bailiff, if Mr. Morrison stands up again without permission, remove him from the courtroom. Brad sat, but he was shaking with rage. Valdivia put a hand on his shoulder, leaned in to whisper urgently. Brad shook him off. Marcus turned back to me. Mr. Carter, to be clear, you are the legal owner of 51% of Carter's Pawn and Loan. You have been since you opened the business in 1985. Is that correct? That is correct. Thank you. I have no further questions. Marcus returned to his seat. Now came the part I had been dreading. Richard Valdivia stood, adjusted his tie, and approached the witness stand with the look of a man who had just been given a lifeline. Mr. Carter, let's talk about this convenient story you have just told us. Valdivia's voice dripped with sarcasm. Is it not true that you never accepted Brad Morrison because he is white and your daughter is black? No, that is not true. Really? You expect this court to believe that race had nothing to do with your disapproval of this marriage? I disapproved of Brad Morrison because he is a liar and an abuser, not because of his race. I have worked with white officers for 35 years. I have white friends. Race is not the issue here. Character is the issue. Valdivia paced in front of the witness stand. You claim you kept controlling interest in the business because you did not trust Brad. But is not it more accurate to say you wanted to maintain power to control your daughter and her husband, to make sure they remained dependent on you? No, I maintained control because I built that business from nothing. I worked 16-hour days for years to make it successful. And I was not about to hand it over to a man I barely knew just because he married my daughter. A man you barely knew. He was your son-in-law for 10 years. And in those 10 years, I learned everything I needed to know about his character. I leaned forward. I have 35 years of experience reading people, Mr. Valdivia. I have interviewed murderers who looked me in the eye and lied with complete conviction. I know a predator when I see one. And Brad Morrison is a predator. You have no evidence to support that claim. I have 2 cracked ribs, 47 bruises, forged documents, a bigamy certificate, 15 loan shark victims. How much evidence do I need? Valdivia's jaw tightened. You manipulated the ownership structure of your business to maintain control over your daughter's life. You are a bitter old man who could not accept that Alicia had built a life separate from you. This entire lawsuit is nothing more than a vendetta, a way to destroy the man your daughter chose to marry. I met Valdivia's eyes calmly. I am a father who protected his daughter and his life's work from a man who turned out to be exactly what I feared he was. That is not a vendetta. That is good judgment. You kept the truth about ownership from Brad for 10 years. You let him believe he and Alicia owned the business together. That is fraud, is it not? No. Fraud requires deception for personal gain. I did not deceive anyone for gain. I simply chose not to disclose the full ownership structure. There is no law that says I have to tell my son-in-law the details of my business holdings. But you used that deception to trap him, to make him think he had built something only to pull it away when it suited you. I did not pull anything away. The business was always mine. Brad made the mistake of assuming he owned something he did not. That is his error, not mine. Valdivia tried several more angles attempting to paint me as manipulative, controlling racist. But I had been cross-examined by better lawyers than him during my career. I had testified in dozens of trials. I knew how to stay calm, stick to the facts, and not let him rattle me. Finally, Valdivia gave up. No further questions. I stepped down from the witness stand. As I walked back to the plaintiff's table, I passed Brad. He was staring at me with such intense hatred that if looks could kill, I would have dropped dead on the spot. But I just kept walking. Sat down next to Alicia. She grabbed my hand and squeezed. "You were amazing, Daddy," she whispered. Judge Stevens looked at the clock. It was 3:45. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard extensive testimony today. We have medical evidence, documentary evidence, and witness testimony. I believe we have enough on the record to proceed to closing arguments. However, it is late in the day. We will adjourn now and reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for closing statements. Court is adjourned. He banged his gavel. The bailiffs approached Brad to take him back into custody. As they led him away, he turned and shouted across the courtroom, "This is not over, old man, you hear me? This is not over." Judge Stevens did not even blink. Add threatening a witness to his charges. Get him out of here. Brad was dragged out, still yelling. The courtroom slowly emptied. Marcus packed up his materials, looking satisfied. "We did it," he said quietly. "We proved everything we needed to prove. Medical abuse, bigamy, forgery, loan sharking, and we exposed Brad's attempt to steal the business. Judge Stevens is fair, but he is not blind. He knows what Brad Morrison is now." I nodded, exhausted but relieved. We were not done yet. Tomorrow would bring closing arguments and a final ruling. But we had presented our case. We had told the truth, and the truth for once was winning. Alicia leaned against me as we walked out of the courthouse into the fading afternoon light. "Is it really almost over? Almost, baby girl. One more day, then we can start rebuilding our lives." And for the first time in weeks, I believed that was actually possible. Tuesday morning arrived with a strange mixture of dread and anticipation. This was it, the final day, the day that would determine whether Brad Morrison faced consequences for what he had done or walked away free. I barely slept the night before, running through every piece of evidence in my mind, replaying testimony, second-guessing decisions. But when I looked at Alicia over breakfast, saw the hope in her eyes for the first time in weeks, I knew we had done everything we could. The rest was up to Judge Stevens. We arrived at the courthouse at 8:30. The media presence had tripled overnight. News vans lined the street. Reporters with cameras crowded the steps. The bigamy revelation had turned this from a local domestic violence case into a scandal. Rich white businessman arrested for marrying 2 women, abusing his wife, running illegal loan operations. It was the kind of story that sold papers and drew ratings. Marcus met us at the door, ushered us through the crowd without comment. "Do not talk to anyone," he said quietly. "Not until after the verdict." Courtroom 506 was packed, every seat filled. People standing along the back wall. I recognized faces from both sides. Pastor Eugene and Dr. Hughes sitting behind us. Stephanie Reynolds in the third row, looking small and nervous. On Brad's side, his supporters had dwindled. Only about 8 people now. Deacon Williams was notably absent. Apparently supporting an admitted bigamist was a bridge too far even for him. Brad was already seated at the defense table, flanked by 2 bailiffs. He wore an orange jumpsuit now instead of his expensive suits. Being held overnight in county lockup had taken its toll. His hair was greasy, his face unshaven, dark circles under his eyes. He looked like what he was, a criminal. Judge Stevens took the bench at exactly 9 a.m. "Counsel, are you prepared for closing arguments?" "Yes, Your Honor." Both Marcus and Valdivia answered in unison. "Mr. Valdivia, you may proceed." Valdivia stood, buttoned his jacket, and walked to the center of the courtroom. He looked tired, too, like he knew he was fighting a losing battle but had to go through the motions anyway. "Your Honor, over the past 2 days you have heard a lot of accusations against my client, serious accusations, but I want you to focus on something important. Where is the proof? Where is the evidence that definitively links Brad Morrison to these alleged crimes?" Valdivia gestured toward our table. "Yes, Alicia Morrison has injuries. That is tragic. But Dr. Hughes herself admitted she could not say with absolute certainty who caused those injuries or when they occurred. They could have been from accidents. They could have been self-inflicted. We simply do not know." I felt Alicia tense beside me. Marcus put a hand on her arm. "Stay calm. Let him finish." "Yes. Brad had an extramarital affair. That is immoral. That is a betrayal of marriage vows. But Your Honor, infidelity is not illegal. Millions of Americans have affairs every year. We do not put them in prison for it." Valdivia was warming up now, finding his rhythm. "As for the bigamy charge, that was a genuine misunderstanding. My client believed the Las Vegas ceremony was symbolic, a romantic gesture between two people in love. He had no intention of committing a crime." Brad nodded vigorously, playing the innocent victim one more time. "The business ownership dispute is nothing more than a family disagreement. James Carter manipulated the ownership structure to maintain control over his daughter and her husband. When Brad tried to claim what he believed was rightfully his, Mr. Carter used his connections and his experience as a police officer to frame him, to turn a civil matter into criminal charges." Valdivia walked closer to the judge's bench. "Your Honor, what we have here is a vindictive father who never accepted his daughter's marriage to a white man, who spent 10 years looking for an excuse to destroy that marriage, and who is now using the court system to accomplish his goal. Do not let James Carter's vendetta ruin an innocent man's life. The prosecution has not met its burden of proof. I ask that you dismiss these charges and allow Brad Morrison to go home." Valdivia sat down. Brad leaned over, whispered something that looked like, "Good job." But I could see the doubt in Brad's eyes. He knew. Deep down, he knew he was finished. "Mr. Jefferson, your closing argument." Marcus stood, and this time there was no hesitation in his movements, no uncertainty. He walked to the center of the courtroom like he owned it. "Your Honor, Mr. Valdivia wants you to believe that Brad Morrison is a victim, a good man wrongly accused by a racist father-in-law. But the evidence tells a very different story. Let me walk you through what we have proven beyond any reasonable doubt." Marcus held up one finger. "First, medical evidence. 47 photographs documenting bruises, lacerations, and broken ribs. Dr. Patricia Hughes, a forensic pathologist with 15 years of experience, testified that these injuries are consistent with repeated blunt force trauma, not accidents, not self-infliction, deliberate assault." A second finger. Second, documentary evidence. 23 text messages from Brad Morrison to Alicia Morrison. Messages that say, and I quote, "Keep your mouth shut or you lose everything." Messages threatening James Carter's life. Messages proving a pattern of intimidation and coercion. A third finger. Third forgery. A property transfer document signed by a witness who has been dead for 3 years. Angela Chen, a forensic document examiner, testified that the signature was forged, that the ink composition does not match, that this is criminal fraud. A fourth finger. Fourth, bigamy. A marriage certificate from Clark County, Nevada, showing Brad Morrison married Stephanie Reynolds on March 15, 2023, while still legally married to Alicia Morrison. This is not a misunderstanding. This is a federal crime. Title 18, United States Code Section 1344, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Marcus held up his whole hand now. And fifth, financial crimes. 15 victims willing to testify that Brad Morrison ran an illegal loan shark operation, lending money at interest rates of 40 to 60% annually, threatening borrowers with violence when they could not pay. This is organized crime, Your Honor. Marcus walked back toward our table, then turned to face Judge Stevens one more time. "Mr. Valdivia wants you to believe this is a family disagreement. But family disagreements do not involve forged documents. They do not involve bigamy. They do not involve 15 victims and loan sharks and dead witnesses. He pointed at Brad. That man sitting there is not a victim. He is a predator. He used his money, his connections, his white privilege to abuse women and break the law. He thought he was untouchable, that no one would believe a black woman over a wealthy white businessman. And for 2 years he was right. People did not believe Alicia. They called her a liar. They turned their backs on her. Marcus's voice rose, filled the courtroom. But today, Your Honor, you have the power to prove Brad Morrison wrong. You have the power to show that in this courtroom evidence matters more than money. Truth matters more than privilege. Justice matters more than connections. Alicia Morrison is not asking for revenge. She is asking for protection. For the chance to rebuild her life without fear. And the 15 people Brad Morrison extorted are asking for the same thing. The chance to live without a predator hunting them. Marcus walked back to our table, placed his hands on it, and looked directly at Judge Stevens. Your Honor, this is not just about Alicia anymore. It is about every woman Brad will hurt if you let him walk free, every person he will defraud, every life he will destroy. Today, you have the power to stop him. I am asking you to use it. He sat down. The courtroom was silent except for the sound of someone crying softly. I glanced back. It was Stephanie Reynolds, tears streaming down her face. Judge Stevens removed his glasses, cleaned them slowly, put them back on. I have reviewed all the evidence presented in this case. I have listened carefully to the testimony of every witness, and I am now prepared to issue my ruling. My heart pounded. Alicia gripped my hand so tight I thought she might break my fingers. First, regarding the request for a restraining order. Based on the medical evidence and testimony presented, I find that Alicia Morrison has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that Brad Morrison poses a credible threat to her safety. I am issuing a 5-year restraining order. Brad Morrison is prohibited from contacting, approaching, or coming within 500 feet of Alicia Morrison. Any violation of this order will result in immediate arrest. Alicia let out a sob of relief. Second, regarding the charge of bigamy, the evidence is clear and unambiguous. Brad Morrison married Stephanie Reynolds while still legally married to Alicia Morrison. This is a federal crime. I am forwarding this case to the United States Attorney's Office for immediate prosecution. Brad's face went pale. Third, regarding forgery and fraud. The evidence shows that Brad Morrison forged a signature on legal documents using the identity of a deceased person. This constitutes felony fraud under Illinois law. Brad Morrison is hereby charged with 1 count of forgery, 1 count of fraud, and 1 count of identity theft. Bail is set at $500,000. Valdivia leaned over to Brad, whispered urgently. Brad shook his head, looking panicked. Fourth, regarding business ownership. The evidence clearly shows that James Carter owns 51% of Carter's pawn and loan. The document signed by Alicia Morrison transferring ownership is null and void as she had no ownership interest to transfer. All business assets are to be frozen pending a full audit by the Illinois Department of Revenue to determine if additional tax fraud has occurred. Brad slumped in his chair. Fifth, and finally, regarding the illegal loan operation. I am forwarding all evidence to the Illinois Attorney General's Office for criminal investigation. If the allegations are substantiated, additional charges will be filed. Judge Stevens looked directly at Brad. Mr. Morrison, you came into this courtroom claiming to be a victim, but the evidence shows you are a perpetrator. You abused your wife, you defrauded victims, you committed bigamy, you forged legal documents, and throughout this trial you have shown no remorse, no accountability, only arrogance and contempt. You will now face the full extent of the law. Brad stood up suddenly, his face red with rage. This is bullshit. You are all against me because I am white and they are black. This is racism. This is... Judge Stevens banged his gavel. Mr. Morrison, you are in contempt of court. Bailiff, remove the defendant and add 30 days to whatever sentence he ultimately receives for that outburst. The bailiffs moved in quickly, grabbed Brad by the arms. He struggled, still shouting. James, you old bastard, I will get you for this. I will destroy you. Do you hear me? I will... Get him out of here, Judge Stevens said calmly. They dragged Brad toward the side door. He twisted, trying to break free, still screaming threats. As the door closed behind him, his voice was finally cut off. The courtroom erupted, people talking, crying, hugging. I just sat there, unable to move, unable to process what had just happened. Alicia collapsed against me, sobbing. Not from pain this time, from relief, from joy, from the weight of 2 years finally lifting off her shoulders. It is over, Daddy. It is really over. Yes, baby girl, it is over. Marcus turned around, a rare smile on his face. We won. We actually won. Stephanie Reynolds rushed over, hugged Marcus. Thank you so much, you saved my life. The reporters were waiting outside. As we made our way through the courthouse, cameras flashed, microphones thrust in our faces. Mr. Carter, how do you feel? A young woman in a red suit asked. I stopped, looked at the camera. Justice was served today, that is all that matters. Do you think race played a role in this case? I paused, considering the question. Brad Morrison tried to use a system that too often fails people who look like me. He assumed that his money and his privilege would protect him, that no one would believe a black woman over a wealthy white man. But today, the system worked. Today, evidence mattered more than skin color, and that gives me hope. We pushed through the crowd down the courthouse steps, and there, waiting at the bottom, were Pastor Eugene and Dr. Patricia Hughes, both of them smiling, both of them with arms open wide. Alicia ran to Patricia, hugged her. Thank you for believing me. Always, Patricia said. Always. Eugene pulled me into a hug. Brother, you did it. You got justice for your daughter. We did it, all of us together. We stood there on the courthouse steps, the four of us, the sun breaking through the clouds for the first time in days. It felt like a sign. Like the universe was finally acknowledging that sometimes, just sometimes, good people win. That truth matters. That justice, real justice, is possible. Brad Morrison was going to prison. The business was safe. Alicia was free. And for the first time in weeks, I could breathe. Really breathe. The war was over. And we had won. 2 weeks after the verdict, I was sitting in my kitchen drinking morning coffee when the news broke. My phone buzzed with a text from Marcus. Turn on Channel 7. Now. I grabbed the remote, flipped to the local news, and there it was. Brad Morrison's face filling the screen. Not the professional headshot he used on social media. His mugshot. Hair, disheveled eyes read the booking number across his chest. The anchor's voice was steady and professional. Breaking news this morning. Brad Morrison, the Lincoln Park businessman at the center of a domestic violence and fraud case, has been arrested by U.S. Marshals on federal charges. Morrison faces counts of bigamy under Title 18 U.S. Code Section 1344 and wire fraud under Section 1343. In addition, the state of Illinois has filed charges including aggravated assault, forgery, and usury. If convicted on all counts, Morrison could face up to 25 years in federal prison. 25 years. The number hung in the air. Brad was 45 years old. If he served even half that sentence, he would be nearly 60 when he got out. An old man. Broken. The anchor continued. Morrison's bail request was denied by federal judge Sarah Chen, who cited him as a flight risk given his financial resources and the severity of the charges. He is currently being held at the Metropolitan Correctional Center pending trial. The screen cut to footage of Brad being led into the federal courthouse in handcuffs and leg irons, flanked by 2 U.S. Marshals. He kept his head down, trying to hide his face from the cameras. But they caught him anyway. Caught the moment when he glanced up and the flash of rage crossed his features. Even in chains, even facing decades in prison, Brad Morrison still believed he was the victim. My phone rang. Alicia. Daddy, did you see? I saw. Is it really over? Can he hurt us anymore? I thought about the question carefully. Brad was in federal custody now, but men like him had long memories. He can't touch you physically, but baby girl, be careful, stay vigilant. Men like Brad, they find ways. I know, I will. A pause. Daddy, I feel like I can breathe for the first time in years. Then breathe, Alicia. Breathe deep. Over the next few days, the story exploded. The Chicago Tribune ran Brad's mugshot on the front page with the headline, Pawn Shop Owner Arrested in Multi-Victim Fraud Case. The article detailed everything: the domestic violence, the bigamy, the forged documents, the loan shark operation. By the time the story finished circulating, Brad Morrison's reputation was destroyed. The man who had been a pillar of the community, a generous donor, a successful businessman, was revealed as a con artist and abuser. The Facebook group that had rallied around him, Justice for Brad Morrison, disappeared overnight, deleted by its creator. The 1,200 members who had called me a racist, who had accused Alicia of lying, scattered like roaches when the light came on. Some sent private apologies through mutual acquaintances. Most just pretended they had never supported him at all. On a Thursday morning, 10 days after the verdict, my doorbell rang. I opened it to find Mrs. Dorothy Walker standing on my porch holding a covered dish and looking uncomfortable. Dorothy. James, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I brought you some casserole, chicken and rice, the kind your wife used to like. She held out the dish like a peace offering. I took it. Thank you. That's kind of you. Can I come in? Just for a minute? I hesitated, then stepped aside. Dorothy walked into my living room, the same living room where she had stood 2 weeks ago, and told me she didn't want to get involved. She sat on the edge of the sofa, hands folded in her lap. James, I came to apologize. I should have believed you. Should have believed Alicia. Instead, I chose to believe Brad because it was easier. Because he was charming and well-dressed and said all the right things. Her voice cracked. I chose comfort over truth. And I am so sorry. I sat down in my armchair, studied her. Dorothy had been my neighbor for 20 years, had been at my wife's funeral, had welcomed Alicia home every holiday. She was not a bad person, just a flawed one, like all of us. It's okay, Dorothy. No, it's not okay. I should have known better. Should have trusted you, trusted Alicia. You made a mistake. The important thing is you see it now. I leaned forward. Dorothy, you were not the only one. Half the neighborhood believed Brad, half the church. That is what predators do. They are so good at lying that even good people get fooled. But you weren't fooled. I had 35 years of training in reading people, and I had a father's instinct. You did not have those advantages. I stood up, walked to the window. The system is built to favor men like Brad, white, wealthy, well-connected. When he said Alicia was lying, people believed him because that is what they have been conditioned to believe. That black women are dramatic, that we are angry and vengeful. Brad used those stereotypes against us, against all of us. Dorothy wiped her eyes. What can I do to make it right? Be better next time. When someone tells you they have been hurt, believe them. Do not wait for proof. Do not wait for a verdict. Just believe them. She nodded, stood, and walked to the door. Thank you, James, for being gracious when I do not deserve it. After she left, I sat back down with the casserole in my lap and allowed myself a moment of satisfaction. The tide was turning. People were waking up. It was slow, painful, but it was happening. At Faith Baptist Church, the congregation held an emergency meeting. Deacon Williams, who had tried to ban Alicia and me from services, faced a vote of no confidence. It passed by a margin of 3-1. Williams resigned the next day. Pastor Eugene addressed the congregation on Sunday. Our church failed Alicia Morrison. We chose a wealthy donor over a suffering sister. We chose comfort over compassion, and we must do better. Starting today, we are implementing new policies. Any member of our congregation who reports abuse will be believed and supported. No questions asked, no judgment. This is a house of God, and God stands with the oppressed, not the oppressor. The congregation stood and applauded. Change was slow, but it was real. Marcus called me on a Tuesday afternoon, his voice energized. James, you need to sit down for this. I am sitting. 23 more victims have come forward. 23. People who borrowed money from Brad's operation and were extorted. Some of them have been paying for years. The total stolen is now over $420,000. I let out a low whistle. Can we get it back? We are filing a class action lawsuit, going after Brad's assets. The house, the cars, everything. And since the business was never legally his, we are seizing any money he took from Carter's pawn and loan. We are going to recover every penny we can. How long will it take? Years, probably, but we will get it. Marcus paused. James, one of the victims is Tyrone Williams. You remember him, the electrician. He testified at the hearing. He called me yesterday, said he can finally sleep at night, that knowing Brad is in prison, that he cannot hurt anyone anymore, lifted a weight off his shoulders. He is starting a support group, Survivors of Brad Morrison. For everyone who was victimized, Alicia is going to join. That hit me harder than I expected. Alicia, my strong, beautiful daughter, identifying as a survivor. But that is what she was, what they all were, and there was power in claiming that identity, in refusing to be defined by shame. The media coverage intensified. The Chicago Sun-Times ran a front-page investigative piece. How did Brad Morrison get away with it for so long? The article was thorough, unflinching. It detailed how Brad had used his race, his wealth, and his connections to evade consequences. How Lieutenant Mark Morrison had interfered with investigations. How the police department had looked the other way when complaints were filed. How the community had chosen to believe a charming white man over multiple women of color. Lieutenant Morrison resigned 3 days after the article published. Took early retirement before he could be formally investigated. The department issued a statement about reviewing internal procedures. I would believe it when I saw it. A local news station contacted me for an interview. I almost declined. I had never been comfortable with media attention, but Marcus convinced me. Your story matters, James. Other families need to hear it. So I sat down in my living room with a reporter named Sandra Chen, a young Asian American woman with sharp eyes and a gentle demeanor. She set up the camera, tested the audio, and then we began. Mr. Carter, you have been through an ordeal that most people cannot imagine. What would you say to other families facing domestic violence? I looked directly at the camera. Do not stay silent. I know it is hard, I know you are scared, but silence protects the abuser. Document everything, take photos, save text messages, tell people you trust, and find allies. Lawyers like Marcus Jefferson, doctors like Patricia Hughes, pastors like Eugene Brooks, people who will stand with you when the world turns against you. The system failed you initially. Police did not respond quickly to your calls. The community sided with your daughter's abuser. Do you still have faith in the justice system? The system is flawed, deeply flawed. It was built to protect people who look like Brad Morrison and punish people who look like me. But it can work. It worked in our case because we had evidence, because we had good people willing to fight. Is it fair that we had to work twice as hard to get half the justice? No. But that is the reality we live in. Do you forgive Brad Morrison? That question stopped me. I thought about everything Brad had done. The violence, the lies, the theft, the threats. Forgiveness is not mine to give. That is for Alicia to decide. My job was to protect my daughter and seek justice. I did that. As for Brad, I do not forgive him. But I do not hate him either. I pity him, because he threw away everything good in his life for nothing. And now he will spend decades in a cage thinking about it. The interview aired that Friday. My phone exploded with messages. Old colleagues from the force, people I had not spoken to in years, friends, strangers, all saying the same thing. Thank you for speaking up. Thank you for fighting. 2 weeks after Brad's federal arrest, a letter arrived at my house. The return address was Metropolitan Correctional Center, Chicago. I stared at it for a long time, feeling the weight of it in my hands. Brad had written to me from jail. I walked to the kitchen, held the envelope over the trash can. Whatever Brad had to say, I did not want to hear it. Nothing he could write would change what he did. No apology would undo the harm. No threat would intimidate me. I dropped the letter into the trash unopened, watched it settle among the coffee grounds and eggshells. Brad Morrison no longer had power over me or my daughter, and I would not give him a voice in my home. Not now, not ever. The sun was setting as I stood at my kitchen window watching the neighborhood kids play in the street. Life was returning to normal, slowly. But normal was different now, better in some ways, harder in others. Alicia was healing, the business was secure, justice had been served, and for the first time in months I allowed myself to believe that maybe, just maybe, we were going to be okay. 2 weeks after the verdict, I was sitting in my kitchen drinking morning coffee when the news broke. My phone buzzed with a text from Marcus. Turn on Channel 7. Now. I grabbed the remote, flipped to the local news, and there it was. Brad Morrison's face filling the screen. Not the professional headshot he used on social media, his mug shot. Hair, disheveled eyes read the booking number across his chest. The anchor's voice was steady and professional. Breaking news this morning. Brad Morrison, the Lincoln Park businessman at the center of a domestic violence and fraud case, has been arrested by U.S. Marshals on federal charges. Morrison faces counts of bigamy under Title 18 U.S. Code Section 1344 and wire fraud under Section 1343. In addition, the state of Illinois has filed charges including aggravated assault, forgery, and usury. If convicted on all counts, Morrison could face up to 25 years in federal prison. 25 years. The number hung in the air. Brad was 45 years old. If he served even half that sentence, he would be nearly 60 when he got out. An old man. Broken. The anchor continued.
Morrison's bail request was denied by federal judge Sarah Chen, who cited him as a flight risk given his financial resources and the severity of the charges. He is currently being held at the Metropolitan Correctional Center pending trial. The screen cut to footage of Brad being led into the federal courthouse in handcuffs and leg irons, flanked by 2 U.S. Marshals. He kept his head down, trying to hide his face from the cameras. But they caught him anyway. Caught the moment when he glanced up and the flash of rage crossed his features. Even in chains, even facing decades in prison, Brad Morrison still believed he was the victim. My phone rang. Alicia. Daddy, did you see? I saw. Is it really over? Can he hurt us anymore? I thought about the question carefully. Brad was in federal custody now, but men like him had long memories. He can't touch you physically, but baby girl, be careful. Stay vigilant. Men like Brad, they find ways. I know, I will. A pause. Daddy, I feel like I can breathe for the first time in years. Then breathe, Alicia. Breathe deep. Over the next few days, the story exploded. The Chicago Tribune ran Brad's mugshot on the front page with the headline, "Pawn Shop Owner Arrested in Multi-Victim Fraud Case." The article detailed everything: the domestic violence, the bigamy, the forged documents, the loan shark operation. By the time the story finished circulating, Brad Morrison's reputation was destroyed. The man who had been a pillar of the community, a generous donor, a successful businessman, was revealed as a con artist and abuser. The Facebook group that had rallied around him, Justice for Brad Morrison, disappeared overnight, deleted by its creator. The 1,200 members who had called me a racist, who had accused Alicia of lying, scattered like roaches when the light came on. Some sent private apologies through mutual acquaintances. Most just pretended they had never supported him at all. On a Thursday morning, 10 days after the verdict, my doorbell rang. I opened it to find Mrs. Dorothy Walker standing on my porch holding a covered dish and looking uncomfortable. Dorothy. James, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I brought you some casserole, chicken and rice, the kind your wife used to like. She held out the dish like a peace offering. I took it. Thank you. That's kind of you. Can I come in just for a minute? I hesitated, then stepped aside. Dorothy walked into my living room, the same living room where she had stood 2 weeks ago, and told me she didn't want to get involved. She sat on the edge of the sofa, hands folded in her lap. James, I came to apologize. I should have believed you, should have believed Alicia. Instead, I chose to believe Brad because it was easier, because he was charming and well-dressed and said all the right things. Her voice cracked. I chose comfort over truth, and I am so sorry. I sat down in my armchair, studied her. Dorothy had been my neighbor for 20 years, had been at my wife's funeral, had welcomed Alicia home every holiday. She was not a bad person, just a flawed one, like all of us. It's okay, Dorothy. No, it's not okay. I should have known better, should have trusted you, trusted Alicia. You made a mistake. The important thing is you see it now. I leaned forward. Dorothy, you were not the only one. Half the neighborhood believed Brad, half the church. That is what predators do. They are so good at lying that even good people get fooled. But you weren't fooled. I had 35 years of training in reading people, and I had a father's instinct. You did not have those advantages. I stood up, walked to the window. The system is built to favor men like Brad, white, wealthy, well-connected. When he said Alicia was lying, people believed him because that is what they have been conditioned to believe, that black women are dramatic, that we are angry and vengeful. Brad used those stereotypes against us, against all of us. Dorothy wiped her eyes. What can I do to make it right? Be better next time. When someone tells you they have been hurt, believe them. Do not wait for proof. Do not wait for a verdict. Just believe them. She nodded, stood, and walked to the door. Thank you, James, for being gracious when I do not deserve it. After she left, I sat back down with the casserole in my lap and allowed myself a moment of satisfaction. The tide was turning. People were waking up. It was slow, painful, but it was happening.
At Faith Baptist Church, the congregation held an emergency meeting. Deacon Williams, who had tried to ban Alicia and me from services, faced a vote of no confidence. It passed by a margin of 3-1. Williams resigned the next day. Pastor Eugene addressed the congregation on Sunday. Our church failed Alicia Morrison. We chose a wealthy donor over a suffering sister. We chose comfort over compassion. And we must do better. Starting today, we are implementing new policies. Any member of our congregation who reports abuse will be believed and supported. No questions asked, no judgment. This is a house of God, and God stands with the oppressed, not the oppressor. The congregation stood and applauded. Change was slow, but it was real. Marcus called me on a Tuesday afternoon, his voice energized. James, you need to sit down for this. I am sitting. 23 more victims have come forward. 23. People who borrowed money from Brad's operation and were extorted. Some of them have been paying for years. The total stolen is now over $420,000. I let out a low whistle. Can we get it back? We are filing a class action lawsuit going after Brad's assets, the house, the cars, everything. And since the business was never legally his, we are seizing any money he took from Carter's pawn and loan. We are going to recover every penny we can. How long will it take? Years, probably. But we will get it. Marcus paused. James, one of the victims, is Tyrone Williams. You remember him? The electrician. He testified at the hearing. He called me yesterday, said he can finally sleep at night, that knowing Brad is in prison, that he cannot hurt anyone anymore, lifted a weight off his shoulders. He is starting a support group, Survivors of Brad Morrison, for everyone who was victimized. Alicia is going to join. That hit me harder than I expected. Alicia, my strong, beautiful daughter, identifying as a survivor. But that is what she was. What they all were, and there was power in claiming that identity, in refusing to be defined by shame. The media coverage intensified. The Chicago Sun-Times ran a front-page investigative piece. How did Brad Morrison get away with it for so long? The article was thorough, unflinching. It detailed how Brad had used his race, his wealth, and his connections to evade consequences. How Lieutenant Mark Morrison had interfered with investigations. How the police department had looked the other way when complaints were filed. How the community had chosen to believe a charming white man over multiple women of color. Lieutenant Morrison resigned 3 days after the article published, took early retirement before he could be formally investigated. The department issued a statement about reviewing internal procedures. I would believe it when I saw it. A local news station contacted me for an interview. I almost declined. I had never been comfortable with media attention, but Marcus convinced me. Your story matters, James. Other families need to hear it. So I sat down in my living room with a reporter named Sandra Chen, a young Asian-American woman with sharp eyes and a gentle demeanor. She set up the camera, tested the audio, and then we began. Mr. Carter, you have been through an ordeal that most people cannot imagine. What would you say to other families facing domestic violence? I looked directly at the camera. Do not stay silent. I know it is hard. I know you are scared, but silence protects the abuser. Document everything. Take photos. Save text messages. Tell people you trust. And find allies. Lawyers like Marcus Jefferson. Doctors like Patricia Hughes. Pastors like Eugene Brooks. People who will stand with you when the world turns against you. The system failed you initially. Police did not respond quickly to your calls. The community sided with your daughter's abuser. Do you still have faith in the justice system? The system is flawed. Deeply flawed. It was built to protect people who look like Brad Morrison and punish people who look like me. But it can work. It worked in our case because we had evidence, because we had good people willing to fight. Is it fair that we had to work twice as hard to get half the justice? No. But that is the reality we live in. Do you forgive Brad Morrison? That question stopped me. I thought about everything Brad had done. The violence, the lies, the theft, the threats. Forgiveness is not mine to give. That is for Alicia to decide. My job was to protect my daughter and seek justice. I did that. As for Brad, I do not forgive him. But I do not hate him either. I pity him. Because he threw away everything good in his life for nothing. And now he will spend decades in a cage thinking about it. The interview aired that Friday. My phone exploded with messages. Old colleagues from the force. People I had not spoken to in years. Friends. Strangers, all saying the same thing. Thank you for speaking up. Thank you for fighting. 2 weeks after Brad's federal arrest, a letter arrived at my house. The return address was Metropolitan Correctional Center, Chicago. I stared at it for a long time, feeling the weight of it in my hands. Brad had written to me from jail. I walked to the kitchen, held the envelope over the trash can. Whatever Brad had to say, I did not want to hear it. Nothing he could write would change what he did. No apology would undo the harm. No threat would intimidate me. I dropped the letter into the trash unopened, watched it settle among the coffee grounds and eggshells. Brad Morrison no longer had power over me or my daughter, and I would not give him a voice in my home. Not now. Not ever. The sun was setting as I stood at my kitchen window watching the neighborhood kids play in the street. Life was returning to normal. Slowly. But normal was different now. Better in some ways. Harder in others. Alicia was healing. The business was secure. Justice had been served. And for the first time in months, I allowed myself to believe that maybe, just maybe, we were going to be okay. 3 months after the verdict, I woke up at 2 a.m. to screaming. I was out of bed and down the hall before I was fully conscious, my hand reaching for the gun that was no longer on my nightstand. Alicia's door was closed, but I could hear her through it, sobbing, gasping for air. Another nightmare. I knocked softly. "Baby girl, it's me. Can I come in?" The crying stopped for a moment, then her voice small and broken. "Yes." She was sitting up in bed sheets tangled around her legs, face wet with tears. The nightlight I had installed cast a soft glow across the room. She looked so young in that moment, not 42, more like 12, the little girl who used to run to me when she had bad dreams. "Brad?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. She nodded. "He was in the house, chasing me. I couldn't get away. I kept running, but he was always there, always catching me." I sat on the edge of her bed like I used to do when she was a child. "He is not here. He is in a federal prison 300 miles away. He cannot hurt you anymore." "I know that here," she tapped her head. "But I do not know it here." She placed a hand over her heart. "My body still thinks he is coming back. That was when I made the decision. I am staying every night until you feel safe. Daddy, you do not have to do that. You need your sleep. I am 77 years old. I will sleep when I am dead. Right now my daughter needs me, so I am staying." I stood up, grabbed the extra pillow from her closet. "I will be on the couch. If you need me, I am right here." For the next month I slept on Alicia's couch, or tried to sleep. Mostly I lay awake listening to her breathe, making sure the nightmares did not come back. They did, of course, 2 or 3 times a week, but each time I was there. And slowly, gradually, they became less frequent. Dr. Miriam Foster was the therapist Marcus had recommended, a black woman in her 50s who specialized in trauma and domestic violence. Alicia saw her twice a week, every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon. I drove her to the first few appointments, waited in the car. After a month, she started driving herself. "How is it going?" I asked her after one session. "Hard. Dr. Foster makes me talk about things I do not want to remember. But she says that is how healing works. You have to face the pain before you can move past it." Alicia buckled her seatbelt, stared out the window. "She asked me today what I lost. Not just physically, but who I lost. The person I was before Brad." "What did you say?" "I said I do not remember who that person was. It has been so long." Her voice cracked. "Daddy, what if I never find her again? What if Brad took her forever?" I reached over, took her hand. "Then we build someone new, someone stronger, someone who survived hell and came out the other side. That person is pretty incredible too." Progress came in small moments. In week 4, Alicia slept through the night for the first time. No nightmares, no waking up in a panic. When I asked her about it the next morning, she smiled. Actually smiled. "I dreamed about Mama. We were baking cookies in her kitchen. It was nice." In week 8, Alicia went grocery shopping alone. She had been too afraid to go out by herself, convinced she would run into Brad's friends or people who still believed his lies. But that Tuesday, she got in her car and drove to the store. Came back an hour later with bags of groceries and a look of triumph on her face. "I did it, Daddy. I went out. And nobody said anything. Nobody even looked at me weird. It was just normal." That is because you are normal, baby girl. You always were. Brad tried to make you feel broken, but you are not broken. You are healing. In week 12, I heard something I had not heard in years. Laughter. Real, genuine laughter. We were watching a comedy show on TV, something ridiculous about a man trying to impress his girlfriend's parents. Alicia laughed so hard she snorted, then laughed harder at the snort. And I just sat there, tears running down my face, thinking this is what healing sounds like. The divorce papers were filed in April. Brad, sitting in federal prison awaiting trial, did not contest it, did not hire a lawyer, did not respond. Marcus said that was typical. Men like Brad, once they lose control, they just disappear. They move on to the next victim. Or in his case, they sit in a cell and feel sorry for themselves. The divorce was finalized in 90 days. Uncontested. No assets to split since Brad had never legally owned anything. Alicia walked out of the courthouse with a stamped document that said she was free. No longer Alicia Morrison. Back to Alicia Marie Carter. How does it feel? I asked as we stood on the courthouse steps. She looked at the paper, ran her fingers over her name. Like I got myself back. Finding work was harder. Alicia's old employer had not officially fired her, but they had made it clear she was not welcome back. Too much scandal, too much negative attention. So she started applying elsewhere. 23 applications, 18 rejections, 5 interviews that led nowhere. Then Pastor Eugene called. James, the Southside Community Center is looking for a senior accountant. You still volunteer there on Thursdays, right? I do. Well, they need someone to manage their finances, someone trustworthy, someone who understands the community. I may have mentioned your daughter's name. They want to interview her. Alicia got the job. Started 2 weeks later. The pay was less than her old position, but the work was meaningful. She managed budgets for after-school programs, senior services, food pantries, helped people, made a difference. On her first day, a co-worker named Teresa, a Latina woman in her 30s with kind eyes, welcomed her. We are so glad you are here. We need good people who care about this community. Alicia smiled a real smile. Thank you. I am glad to start over. Sunday morning became our time. Every week, Alicia and I would have breakfast together, just the two of us, pancakes and coffee and conversation. It was during one of these breakfasts in early October that Alicia said the words I had been dreading. Daddy, I need to say something. I set down my coffee. What is it? I am sorry I did not tell you sooner. About Brad, about what he was doing to me. I wasted 2 years of my life being scared when I could have just told you and... Stop. I reached across the table, took her hand. You have nothing to apologize for. But if I had told you earlier, maybe... Baby girl, listen to me. You did what you had to do to survive. Abusers make you think you are trapped, that there is no way out, that if you tell anyone it will get worse. Brad had you convinced that telling me would get me killed, so you stayed silent to protect me. That is not something to apologize for, that is love. Tears streamed down her face. I was so scared you would be disappointed in me, that you would think I was weak. Disappointed? I stood up, walked around the table, pulled her into a hug. Alicia Marie Carter, I am the proudest father alive. You faced a monster and won. You survived 2 years of hell and came out stronger. You testified in court and helped put a predator in prison. You saved other women from going through what you went through. You are the strongest person I know, and I am honored to be your father. She sobbed into my shoulder, and I held her, this woman who would always be my little girl, and I promised myself I would spend every day of the rest of my life making sure she knew how loved she was, how valued, how strong. In October, 3 months after the trial, Alicia got a phone call from a woman named Linda Chen, who ran a domestic violence advocacy organization. Ms. Carter, we are hosting an awareness event at the Chicago Cultural Center. We would love for you to speak, to share your story. No pressure, but we think your voice could help a lot of women. Alicia almost said no, but Dr. Foster encouraged her. This could be part of your healing, taking your power back, turning your pain into purpose. So Alicia agreed. The event was on a Saturday afternoon in late October. The Chicago Cultural Center's Preston Bradley Hall, with its beautiful Tiffany dome ceiling, 200 people attended. Survivors, advocates, social workers, police officers. I sat in the third row next to Marcus and Patricia and Pastor Eugene. all of us there to support Alicia. She walked to the podium wearing a simple black dress and carrying a piece of paper with her speech written on it. But when she got to the microphone, she folded the paper and set it aside. She would speak from the heart. My name is Alicia Carter, and I am a survivor. Then her voice was steady, strong. For 2 years I lived in hell. I was beaten, threatened, controlled. My husband told me when I could leave the house, what I could wear, who I could talk to. He hit me if dinner was not ready on time, hit me if I questioned where he had been, hit me if I looked at him wrong. The room was silent, every person leaning forward listening. I stayed because I was scared of judgment. People would ask why I did not just leave, as if it was that simple, as if love and fear and manipulation do not tangle together in ways that trap you. I stayed because I thought it was my fault, because he convinced me I was the problem, that if I just tried harder he would change. I stayed because he threatened to kill my father if I told anyone. And I believed him. Alicia's voice cracked, but she pushed through. But I learned something important. Silence does not protect you. It empowers your abuser. Every day I stayed quiet. Brad got bolder, hit harder, threatened more, because he knew I would not tell. He counted on my silence, and he almost won. She looked directly at me. My father saved my life, not because he is a cop, not because he is a lawyer, but because he believed me when no one else did. When I showed up at his door at 1 a.m, broken and bleeding, he did not ask if I was sure, did not ask what I did to provoke it. He just believed me, and he fought for me. Tears were streaming down my face. I did not bother to hide them. If you are in an abusive relationship, please know this. It is not your fault. You did not cause it. You do not deserve it. And you deserve so much better. There are people who will help you. Lawyers like Marcus Jefferson who will fight for you for free. Doctors like Patricia Hughes who will document your injuries and testify on your behalf. Pastors like Eugene Brooks who will stand with you when your church turns away. Find your James Carter. Find someone who will believe you and fight for you, because you deserve to be free. The room erupted in applause, standing ovation, people crying, hugging. Alicia stood at the podium, tears running down her face, and smiled, really smiled, the smile of someone who had found her voice and refused to ever be silenced again. After the speech, people swarmed her, survivors wanting to share their stories, advocates thanking her for speaking up, and then a young woman, maybe 25, with bruises barely hidden under makeup, approached Alicia. "Thank you," the woman whispered. "I needed to hear that. I am leaving my husband tonight." Alicia pulled her into a hug. "You are not alone. Let me give you some phone numbers. People who can help. Shelters. Lawyers. You do not have to do this by yourself." I watched from across the room as my daughter, my survivor, my warrior, comforted a stranger, gave her hope, gave her a lifeline. And I knew then that we had not just survived Brad Morrison. We had transformed the pain into something meaningful, something powerful. Healing is not linear. It is messy and hard, and some days you take 10 steps backward. But standing there in that beautiful hall, watching Alicia help another woman find her courage, I knew we were going to be okay. More than okay. We were going to thrive. The courthouse was different this time. Not the county building where we had fought for the restraining order, but the federal courthouse downtown. Dirksen Federal Building, all glass and steel, imposing in the gray February morning. Marcus had called me the night before with the news. Brad's sentencing hearing was scheduled for 10 a.m. We did not have to attend. The U.S. Attorney's Office would handle everything. But Alicia wanted to be there. "I need to see it end," she told me over breakfast. "I need to hear the judge say the words. Otherwise, it will not feel real." So we went. Marcus met us at the security checkpoint, guided us through the metal detectors and up to the 19th floor. Courtroom 1903, Judge Sarah Chen presiding, the same judge who had denied Brad's bail request a year ago. The courtroom was smaller than the county one, more intimate. Brad was already seated at the defense table wearing an orange jumpsuit, hands cuffed in front of him. He had aged a year in prison. Hair completely gray now, face gaunt, eyes hollow. He looked like a ghost of the man who had terrorized my daughter. Judge Chen entered. We all stood. When we sat back down, she wasted no time. "Mr. Morrison, you have been convicted by a jury of your peers on multiple federal charges: bigamy, wire fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud. The evidence against you was overwhelming. Do you have anything to say before I pass sentence?" Brad stood slowly. His lawyer, a public defender, who looked barely out of law school, stood beside him. "Your Honor, I made mistakes. I know that now." But I am not the monster they made me out to be. I loved my wife. I made bad choices. I am sorry." The words were empty, hollow. He did not mean them. I could tell. So could Judge Chen. "Mr. Morrison, I have reviewed your case extensively. I have read the victim impact statements, all 38 of them. Women you abused, people you defrauded, lives you destroyed, and in all of that I have not seen one shred of genuine remorse." Judge Chen leaned forward. "You are not sorry for what you did. You are sorry you got caught. There is a difference." Brad's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. "On the charge of bigamy, I sentence you to 5 years in federal prison. On the charges of wire fraud and conspiracy, I sentence you to 15 years to run consecutively. That is a total of 20 years. With good behavior, you may be eligible for parole in 14 years. But Mr. Morrison, understand this. You will be 70 years old when you are released. You will have lost everything. Your business, your reputation, your freedom. I hope it was worth it." 20 years. I felt Alicia's hand grip mine. She was crying silently, tears of relief streaming down her face. "Bailiff, remove the prisoner." Brad was led away. He did not look at us, did not look at anyone, just shuffled out of the courtroom in chains, disappearing through a side door. Gone. Finally, truly gone. We left the courthouse and walked to a small coffee shop nearby. Marcus had another hearing to attend, so it was just me and Alicia. We ordered coffee, found a quiet corner table, and sat in silence for a long moment. 20 years, Alicia finally said. That is longer than we were married. It is what he deserves. Maybe even less than he deserves. I know, I thought I would feel different, triumphant or something, but I just feel tired. She stirred her coffee without drinking it. Is that wrong? No, it is honest. I reached across the table, covered her hand with mine. Baby girl, you have been fighting for a year, fighting to survive, fighting for justice. Now that the fight is over, your body and mind are finally allowing themselves to rest. That exhaustion is normal. When does it stop hurting? I do not know if it ever stops completely, but it gets easier. The weight gets lighter, the memories lose their power. I thought about my wife dead 5 years now, how the grief had slowly transformed from a crushing weight into something I could carry. Time does not heal all wounds, but it teaches you how to live with them. Alicia nodded, finally took a sip of her coffee. I started dating someone. The statement caught me off guard. You did when? Why did not you tell me? Because I was not sure if it was real or if I was ready. His name is David Chen. He works at the community center. He is a social worker. We have been talking for a few months. He asked me to dinner last week. I said yes. She smiled, small but genuine. He knows everything, Daddy, about Brad, about the trial, and he is not scared. He is patient and kind, and he makes me laugh. Does he treat you well? He treats me like I am precious, like I matter, like my opinions are important. It is so different from Brad. Sometimes I catch myself waiting for him to get angry, to snap, but he never does. I felt tears prick my eyes. I am so happy for you, baby girl. You deserve that. You deserve someone who sees your worth. I am taking it slow. Dr. Foster says that is smart. No rushing into anything. Just getting to know him. Remembering what it feels like to be respected. We finished our coffee, walked back to the car. The sun was trying to break through the clouds. Spring was coming. New beginnings. The following Saturday, we held a reopening ceremony for Carter's Pawn and Loan. The business had been frozen for a year during the legal proceedings. Now, with Brad's assets seized and the audits complete, I was free to operate it again. But I did not want to run it the way Brad had. I wanted to do something different, something better. Marcus had helped me restructure everything. We eliminated the high-interest loans, partnered with a local credit union to offer fair lending options, set up a financial literacy program for the community, hired 4 new employees, all people Brad had victimized with his loan shark operation, gave them jobs, second chances, dignity. The reopening was at noon. Pastor Eugene came to bless the building. Patricia brought flowers. Marcus brought champagne. About 50 people from the neighborhood showed up. People who had known my father, who had watched me build this place, who had been hurt by Brad's corruption and wanted to see it become something good again. I stood on the front steps, Alicia beside me, and addressed the crowd. 35 years ago, my father told me something important. He said a pawn shop could be two things. It could be a place that exploits desperate people, or it could be a place that helps people get back on their feet. He chose the second path. I chose the second path. Brad Morrison chose the first, and he paid the price. People nodded, murmured agreement. Today we are reclaiming this business, reclaiming its purpose. This shop will be a place of dignity, a place where people can get help without judgment, where a dollar is a dollar, not a trap, where your desperation is not someone else's profit. I looked at Alicia. My daughter and I built this together. We survived hell together, and now we are going to build something beautiful together. Alicia stepped forward holding a pair of scissors. A ribbon stretched across the doorway, red and gold. "To new beginnings," she said, and cut the ribbon. The crowd applauded. We opened the doors and people flooded in, browsing, asking questions, thanking us. It felt right. It felt like redemption. That evening, Alicia and I sat on my back porch watching the sunset. The house was quiet, peaceful. So different from a year ago when I had spent every night on high alert waiting for Brad to attack, waiting for the other shoe to drop. "Daddy, can I ask you something?" "Anything." "Do you think Mama would be proud of us?" I thought about my wife, about how fierce she had been, how she had loved Alicia with everything she had, how she would have torn Brad Morrison apart with her bare hands if she had known what he was doing. "Baby girl, your mama is looking down right now with the biggest smile. She is proud of you for surviving, proud of you for speaking up, proud of you for helping other women find their voices, and she is probably shaking her head at me for taking so long to figure out what Brad was." Alicia laughed. "She always said you were too trusting." She was right about that, and about most things. We sat in comfortable silence watching the sky turn from orange to pink to purple. A mourning dove called from a nearby tree. Wind chimes tinkled in the breeze. It was the sound of peace, of healing, of home. "What are you going to do now?" Alicia asked. "You are 78 years old. You could retire, travel, relax." "I'm going to keep running the shop, keep volunteering at the community center, keep being your father. That is enough for me." I looked at her. "What about you? What do you want?" "I want to keep working with survivors, maybe get certified as a counselor, use my story to help others." She paused. "And maybe eventually I want to fall in love again. Real love this time. The kind Mama and you had." "You will. I know you will." The stars were coming out now, tiny pinpricks of light in the darkening sky. Somewhere 300 miles away, Brad Morrison was locked in a cell, alone, forgotten, while we sat here together free. "Thank you, Daddy, for believing me, for fighting for me, for saving my life. Baby girl, you saved yourself. I just gave you a safe place to land." I stood up, kissed the top of her head. "Come on, let's go inside. I will make us some tea and we can watch that cooking show you like." We walked inside together, father and daughter, survivors, warriors. The door closed behind us. The lock clicked into place. And for the first time in years, that sound did not make me afraid. It made me feel safe. Because this was our home, our sanctuary, and no one could take that from us ever again. Here's what I learned through this ordeal. Abuse thrives in silence and dies in sunlight. For every victim reading this, know that your abuser's power is an illusion built on your fear. Document everything. Find one person who believes you just won. That's all you need to start. The system is imperfect, flawed, often unjust. But armed with evidence, patience, and an unwavering ally, even a 77-year-old black man can defeat a privileged predator. Don't wait for perfection. Act with what you have. Your life depends on it. If you or someone you know is experiencing domestic violence, call the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-7233. They're available 24/7, and your call is confidential. You deserve safety. You deserve freedom. You deserve a life without fear. Reach out today. Take the first step. Your future is waiting.